And it should be starting now.
Welcome, everybody, to space. It's Metroid Zero Mission for the Game Boy Advance. I'm Married Rabbit.
I'm James.
We're here to hunt bounties and or just kill a bunch of aliens, I guess. Emergency order. Exterminate all Metroid organisms on planet Zetus. And defeat the mechanical life form, Mother Brain.
Mother Brian.
Mother Brian. Brian's mom. Yeah, I was checking if this was working.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's like a test thing to see how well it would, like, work. It's literally at the start of the game, so... Yeah, how well streaming would work, I should say.
I think it's working. Yeah, I'll just check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it seems to.
seems to be.
Oh, also posting it on Tumblr.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Now in a few minutes I'm going to go silent and not do anything because food getting delivered.
James, once again, like, if you ever just want to start the stream an hour later, something to say, we'll
Well,
understand.
that was partially because I needed money earlier, and like, yeah. So I don't have a car, and normally I have to go out and get food using my cart. That was like,
Yeah.
but unfortunately that broke. So now I can't go anywhere very far, and also can't carry a lot of food now. So I just got the morph ball.
You're kind of roboting on voice chat.
How do I sound now?
Better, I think.
Okay, how about now?
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell unless you're like continuing to talk.
Okay,
So
so I'm just going to keep talking and
yeah, slight roboting, but it's fine.
okay, hopefully it's fine. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Also, Earth Beam does not go out very far. This is
Yeah.
something that the original did. The original
Yeah.
NES game did. And like,
Yeah. At least it has the decency to start you on a full tank of health.
oh
Unlike
yeah.
that. Because I think you start with something like 30 health in the original, and it's like, that is not entirely great. Yeah.
Not only that, but every time you inputted the password to start over, you would start at 30 health on one tank, no matter how many tanks you had.
I'm having to farm health every time I load my save.
Yeah. Part of the reason why I'm not doing the original.
Yeah, Zero Mission is like just better in every respect. The only reason to play the original is to go, oh, it's like a historical thing. It's a significantly worse game just because, yeah, so much
Also,
of it
now you're
used.
roboting slightly,
Okay.
but very slightly. It's like not super bad.
Yeah, I wish Kitty was in calls that we could say, hey Kitty, which was this roboting? Oh, who even knows?
Actually, what is our volume anyway? Yeah, okay, max volume. Uh-oh, looks like our beam isn't long enough, and we don't have any way to break the wall.
Yeah.
So we have to
Unfortunately, we will never upgrade it. This is what we're stuck with for the whole game.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
You actually can do the
Secret.
whole game without getting upgrade. Well, okay, getting very few upgrades for the beam. Or
Yeah.
anything, really. The game is
Yeah.
built for this and, like, acknowledges this.
I'm drunk.
I have a friend who, like, constantly goes through 0% runs in this game, basically.
I would not have patience for that.
Also notice it does slightly more damage now. Those things
Yeah.
took 2 hits. The shriek
Yeah,
back.
the long beam is just slightly stronger, but it's also, well, it's a long beam, so it means you can just shoot normally like you do in most Metroid games.
Also, she flashes when she shoots beams in this
Yeah.
one. Kinda weird, but okay.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think I'm gonna get
Oh.
quick endings.
Yeah, so that's the statue of Kraid and Ridley, which, yeah,
Which blocks you
So-
from over there.
yeah, blocks you from fighting Mother Brain. That, since the first Metroid game that I played was Super Metroid, I kind of like, I'm more used to the like giant golden statue of all of the bosses of that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to think if I played the Game Boy game before or after. I don't know.
I think it's only Metroid 1 that has like the long beam. All the
Yeah.
rest is just it goes as far as the screen by default
Yep.
or just as far as possible.
Yeah. Metroid 2 had already dropped it. That was just like, that had the rest of the system from Metroid 1, which was, there's different beams you can pick up. It's like you can pick up the ice beam or the plasma beam or the spacer or something. Whichever one you pick up last is what you've got.
This one bug isn't going to bother me, but if I get a lot, that's gonna be a problem.
This is the friend.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't get to take them with you until the end of the game. You just die if you don't. We don't have the bombs yet, so good luck.
Yep, that mark means bombs. I've also been replaying the first two Prime games recently, because I can. Which are first-person Metroids. Should have played those and made a joke about still playing Doom, because, like, Doom very clearly inspired by, like, well, how it's, like, secret stuff is sort of inspired by, like, Metroid and stuff. And level design.
Like, for a long-running game series, you end up with a lot of, like, yeah, these kind of have a circular thing of different games, like, inspiring other games and other franchises.
What's funny is in Doom 2016, there's a double jump, and in Metroid Prime, the space boost becomes a double jump.
Yeah. I mean, for obvious reasons, it's a first-person game, so it'd be really difficult to do that as it is in the other games, yeah. Bomb.
Oh man, it's hot right now, actually.
Yeah. So, anyone in chat, or anyone leaving comments afterwards, be sure to tell us which one of us is roboting.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Prime 1 and 2 still hold up. Haven't started my
Never
playthrough.
actually played for the primes.
Haven't started my playthrough with 3 yet, because, well, I'm doing it in order also.
Oh, boss fight.
And also, because, completely legal hardware I haven't tested yet.
I was playing original games on their original hardware, definitely. I also love paying 2 subscriptions to Nintendo to get a handful of N64 games. What is going on with that?
Oh, hold on a second.
Yeah. We're okay then. On hold. Right.
Just had to do something real quick. Also, I one-cycled that mini-boss. I usually am not able to do that. But yeah, we got the charge beam, which rules. You can jump into enemies with it. And if a charge would kill them, then the jump would kill them. Actually, yeah, you should be able to hear me. Oh, real quick. Okay, I should be back full on for real. Mary, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Don't need that anymore. Oh, Patrick Thomas in chat. Seems like a pretty cool guy, or possibly robot. Can't wait to find out more.
Yeah, hi Psych. This is a friend from another chat that I'm in. And, too many people are pinging me. Yeah, so yeah, this Metroid seems like a pretty cool guy. Fights Metroid and isn't afraid of nothing.
Howdy, y'all.
Oh, and Kitty's here.
Oh, hey Kitty.
Sorry for being so late, but it took a while
Listen,
to
Kitty,
get things going.
we've all gotten here late. Aside from me, I was the only one here on time. Yeah.
Dang.
If the streamer doesn't come in 15 minutes, you're allowed to leave.
Oh no.
James, if that was true, I would have left. Nah.
But
You
yeah,
ever
Zero
had-
mission.
You
Oh,
ever
what's
have
that?
like other students say that while waiting for class? Waiting for
Yeah.
the teacher?
Oh, all the time. I think that followed with me till like I think sometimes even in college or like in uni or whatever, we would all be like waiting, like, huh? Like, can we just go? Like, of just like
Yeah.
every once in a while, someone would mention it, like, hey, can we just leave? It's been like 10 minutes. Like, we didn't get an email or anything. God, no. Speaking of which, I know in U.S. high schools, I remember there would always be like, oh, you know, we have to do things so like, oh, these rules have to be so strict because in college they'll treat you like so much worse than here. Then you go to
Yeah.
college and most of the
You
time
go to
the
college and
professors are
nobody
chill.
cares.
Yeah, like no one cares. Or they're more chill because it's like, okay, yeah, sure.
It
Like,
was always, you'll have to learn how to follow the rules, wear a dress code, write in cursive, because that's what they expect of you in college. And you get there and the professor hasn't shown up until half an hour after the class starts, and he comes there in his pajamas and he's just like eating ice cream, going, "Oh, cool, guys, just email me the assignment whenever."
Honestly, it's because of high school being more of a conformity factory than college is.
Yeah, conformity factory. I know, James, you can keep shilling your punk rock side project, you know? I'm joking, it really is kind of like that. Ah,
Well, I've already messed up my low percent run.
yeah. Finishing Metroid Zero mission with 105% and going, damn.
I've never really done a low percent
Yeah.
run.
Was it Donkey Kong Country where you would get 105%, something like that?
101.
101, yeah.
I know like the classic Spyro the Dragon games can get really high. I know the third one at least. You can get 120%, which is like, why even?
Why even make it a percent?
Yeah. And I remember it's like,
That's
you have to beat
Spyro
the
1.
final boss, and then you get to like a bonus area where you have the true final boss fight, and there's some bonus things in there, and you get like 120. I know there's one, like, there's like a race thing I had to do at the end where it's like, oh, you had to do it, but harder. And it's like, I'm like, know what? I did literally everything else. I'm not gonna do this fucking race again. It's too annoying. And so I don't know if maybe it goes to 121% if you beat the, the race or whatever.
Well, there we go. DKC1 is 101%. DKC2 is 102, and 3 is 103% apparently. So, thanks, chat.
Also, this is another place where the giant worm would have shown up.
Worm?
If I hadn't one-cycled it, it would have left eventually.
Yeah, if you take more than 15 minutes to beat it, it just leaves. Because it's following the same rules. We took more than 15 minutes to beat the demon horde, so we just left.
You know what? You're joking, but that reminds me of Terraria. And I know Final Fantasy 15 actually has like a boss like that where it's like you had to face it at like midnight on the dot. Thankfully, you can go to the area where it'll show up and like just like, oh, do you want to wait? And like, oh yes, please, thank you. So you show there at midnight. You fight the incredibly, the, to me at least, incredibly hot evil monster lady.
I'm
But you only
listening.
have, but you only have until sunrise to beat her, and she's like a super boss. Like apparently one of the easier super bosses. And I tried going up against her. I got through a good chunk of her health. Like she had like maybe an eighth left, but then sunrise happened and she just vanished. I'm like, oh. And then I looked it up, and apparently she has like a million, oh, slightly over a million health. And I'm like, oh. I'm like, no, I still did better than I thought I would, but like, yeah, I definitely don't have like end game weapons. So, yeah, that'd be a pain to try to grind that out, especially since I went through like 20 elixirs or something like that. Like, so many uh, like status cures or whatever.
13 also has like, well, Lightning Returns specifically has like a super boss that you have to like. There's like a 3-minute timer to stagger it first off,
No.
and you have to stagger it four times in 4 different ways to even start hurting it.
Abysmal.
And if you just take too long, it leaves and restores itself.
Oh, yeah, gosh, I mentioned Terraria earlier. Yeah, in that game, like, I think basically okay, not all, but most bosses do, like, a lot of the bosses that you'll fight, especially early on, do actually only show up at night, and they will disappear at dawn. So it sucks if you go through like so many resources and then it's like, well, you didn't kill the boss, so this giant skeleton creature just gets to fly away to the safety of the dungeon. Sucks to suck, and it's like, oh, and like thanks.
Yeah, it sucks to suck. It's just like the most dismissive way you could run. Yeah.
What's interesting is Final Fantasy VI has Death Gaze, which you find by flying around, and is hidden in a single panel in the sky, and it moves if you don't kill it in time. But oh yeah, the bugs are hurting me now because there's a lot of them. But it keeps the health it had from the previous times you've attacked it. So
No,
there's
that's
that.
nice. That that is honestly a lot kinder than they could have been. Glad they weren't rude with it.
Yep. Of course, later on, they very clearly became rude, but that's another story. That's not the super boss, though, but yeah.
Yeah. Incidentally, Kitty, if you're here, can you tell us if either of us are roboting?
I think James is roboting a little bit.
Yeah, am I?
No.
Robot.
Yeah, you haven't been roboting for a while now.
Yeah. So I'm right, and it's mostly James that has the problem here, huh?
Oh wait!
Yeah.
Speaking of super bosses that you have to beat in a certain amount of turns, last time
Yeah.
we did SMT4, and the DLC super boss has a limited number of turns you have to beat it in. I very
Yep.
clearly couldn't do that, so.
Yeah, it was 10 turns for that one-time boss.
Listen, you only have 10 turns to knock this ICBM out the sky.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, kind of.
God, that whole setup was just really amazing because you get dialogue like the Stephen Hawking like XP going. You have 10 turns to make sure that this ICBM doesn't blow up all of Tokyo, and you're like, really? Like, come on!
Yeah.
Like, Steven, why?
You have to perform surgery on this bomb. Yeah.
Oh,
Bugs.
Atlas did make a what's it called? Trauma center
Trauma team, trauma center, something like that.
where you actually did have to perform surgery on a bomb.
Yeah, that's what the joke. Some old meme about it where the surgeon literally does have to perform surgery on an atomic bomb.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, it only makes. No, I never realized it was Atlas that made those games. No, that makes
Yeah.
much more sense now. Especially since one of them is like, oh, your surgeon character actually has a weird devil powers and can like cut a pentagram on like on this on the patient's body or whatever to slow down time for like
Yeah.
for a while.
And it's like,
Which
yeah,
is like
that
really
tracks.
funny. Imagine like he goes to get surgery like later to like or like an X-ray.
The surgery
and
was
you're
a
like, oh, hey.
complete success, and also you have significantly more pentagram tattoos than you did before.
Yeah. God, I want to play those series at some point.
The surgery was a complete success. Doctor, you were meant to amputate my arm. What surgery did you think you were doing? I thought I was marking you for the beast. Hang on, let's redo that again. Let's do that again. Yeah,
I love video games.
yeah.
You know what? Fuck. I love fictional like surgery stories where they just go buck wild with it. Like I still love the fact that Blackjack, you know, by great, I forget how to pronounce his name. But you know, guy made Astro Boy and all that. Like he did go.
Tezuka, is that?
I
Test
Give me
believe
a
so. Yeah.
second.
Like he went to like medical
What's that
school,
new Tezuka? Yeah.
right? And it's
Yeah.
yeah, right. He went to medical school, and then he's like, okay, I'm gonna write about the most buck wild, nonsensical surgeries ever. It's gonna be great. And then like,
Yeah, Blackjack's is like that. The little girl that's his assistant is actually a sentient tumor that he operates on, like, to pull out someone else's body.
what?
Yeah.
I never
Did you
knew
see
that.
that, like, little girl that just hangs around with him? She is literally a tumor he pulled out of another patient's body.
So, that's
Am I
not
wrong?
as crazy as you might think it is.
Yeah, I mean, like,
As it
you do
turns
get... Yeah?
out, people can absorb their twins in the room, and they may show up as like tumors later.
Yeah, but
It's still
normally they don't walk around
kind of
though.
crazy, you know?
It's the much more exaggerated version of that, of just like,
Yeah.
oh, it's just walking and talking and everything. I'm like, all right, God,
Clearly, you haven't seen Venture Brothers.
I haven't.
I have. And yes, Dr. Venture's twin brother was like one he absorbed in the womb and who then reasserts himself when he's in his, what, 40s? The tumor pulls itself out of his body, builds himself like a robotic exoskeleton, and briefly does become his like arch rival. He ends up being on good terms with him though. It's this whole thing. Like, what? The Venture Brothers opening sequence changes a couple of times to not like be about Hank and Dean Venture, the two boys who you assume it's named for, because now, well, Dr. Venture himself has a brother, and so it's like, yeah, season 2 they did that gag where it's him and the brother who was a tumor that has pulled himself out of his body. Yeah. It's a weird show that has a lot of things that I go, yeah, that's like, I wish they had done this part differently, but also it's really funny at points.
God. Love it.
Did surgery on a grade.
Yeah. Honestly,
can't
like all of the Monarch stuff, like in Venture Brothers is great. Like, just love that supervillains just have a union, and he has to like abide by union rules.
Yeah. You love to see it.
And like, in that world, a bunch of celebrities are just like, yeah, they're supervillains as well. Like, they walk it back because like, they went, wait, we can't actually trademark a character who is literally this person. But, like, the joke of like the leader of the like supervillain union is like, he's David Bowie. He's a shapeshifter whose default form is just David Bowie. Yeah.
Can't quite reach that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Also, I was gonna say, you know, I mean, in real life, there's also a lot of supervillains or celebrities who are supervillains.
There
but,
are celebrities who are supervillains.
Yeah.
Arguably. Man. Bomb jump.
Yep,
I love bomb
Classic
jumps.
technique.
yep. I can
Oh.
do
Oh.
that skip pretty consistently, but for right
A
now
wild
I
tequila
won't.
Zaku appears.
Yes, it is I, frequent stream interloper and rare Guilty Gear song appreciator Tequila Zaku.
Welcome. Just doing some Metroid Zero mission.
I'm watching. My eyes are open.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not gonna get a very good result by the end of this, because I'm not very good at speed running. Oh boy.
Speedrun strats.
Listen, so long as you're running with some modicum of speed, that's basically speed running.
Bomb jumping is really easy in Zero Mission, which I appreciate because I'm very bad at in every other game, says Patrick Thomas.
Yeah, I'm glad they made it easier in Zero Mission, because I remember even in Fusion, it's not really needed in Fusion, but like, I'm like, oh, I've heard of bomb jumping, let me try it. It's like, oh, this is kind of tough, and then like Zero Mission, I'm like, oh, wait, this is great.
Yeah, it's much easier to pull off.
Kitty and Mary are roboting just a bit, not a lot.
Listen,
But
James, you're roboting to us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tequila Zaku, settle a bet. Which one of us is roboting most?
Any one of us in this room could be a robot.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
robot rock.
Okay, listen, we'll all take turns filling out this captcha. We have our guns
Oh crap!
trained.
Tequila's a robot!
Ah! You'll never get me alive!
Listen, I ticked the box like it says I am not a robot.
I love artwork whenever people draw like Robo-Kai unable to fill out the box, whatever other character that's technically a robot. I think that's such a good genre fan art.
I love the gif of the robot hitting the box, or like ticking off that box and turning to the camera and like opening up the claw like a smile.
Yeah?
Imagine if you had to fill out a
cap.
captcha to join a Discord call.
Yeah?
You know what, the thing that gets me about those captchas, technically, is the fact that, you know, like, oh, identify, like, the bike in, like, the photos or whatever, right? But it's like, you're helping train AI in, like, detecting images, so, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
technically, aren't we, like, aren't we engaging in, like, the arms race between, like, robots and captchas on the side of the robots?
Listen, we are always on the side of
hold on.
robots.
I need to make like my pedantic complaint of the day. I do think it's unfair to equate AIs and robots. Those are actually way more separated fields than people give it credit for.
You know what? You do have a point. You do actually have a
Why
point
is
there.
teach an AI to bypass capture but not a robot?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, because whenever people do
Right.
post about robot AI apocalypses, I'm always like, well, the AI is much more apocalyptic than the robot. The AI doesn't need legs and arms to kill you.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, also, is the you know what? Every time that like, oh, robot, take over, whatever. I still remember a video from like years ago. Like, I think by now, I think it was like maybe 2015, 2016, something like that, on a video channel called Computer File, where they discuss like programming and like hardware stuff like that, and try to go like explain about like how some of that works. They had like an AI expert, like they were interviewing, like, oh, can you talk to us about how smart AI is, right? And basically, in the first few minutes, he's like, look, like right now, AIs are about as smart as a cockroach. And then he like pivoted into like, okay, but for robotics and artificial intelligence, like what we'd want to do is build an environment around it for it to work. Like, your dishwasher just spins really fast and shoots water and detergent everywhere. That wouldn't really make sense like at a kitchen sink. But within the confines of where it's designed to be, then yeah, it works. And like this kind of discussing about that topic, which I found really funny. Of just like, look, no, it's not worth talking about. Like, our AI is
Yeah, we
intelligent
don't
like a
need
human.
to worry about an AI taking over the world right now. Like, it's not like rationalists, as they call themselves, that it's not like their fear of, oh, actually, we're in an AI torture prison and we need to give all of our money to Bitcoin miners to make sure we don't end up trapped there forever.
That's an
philosophy is
oddly
insane.
specific example.
Listen, there's this whole thing of like, there's a movement of people called rationalists who go, oh, AI is inevitably going to take over. And maybe in the future, an AI will simulate you, like,
Ah, right. I know what
making a
you're
decision
talking about,
whether or
but I
not to
feel like-
support it.
No, I think
And-
that the example goes slightly differently.
The
Like,
example is insane, but go ahead.
the specifics of it are like, for example, you are like in a room with an AI that is trapped in like a box, and you have the key to let it out, right? Now, the AI could tell you, and we're talking about like some hypothetical, like almost infinitely like intelligent AI. I have just simulated 1 billion trillion versions of this exact scenario, and I have simulated 1 billion trillion versions of you too. And in my simulation, for every version of you that does not give me the key to let me out, I will infinitely torture that version of you forever. So how
Yeah.
confident are you that you right now aren't one of the infinite billion trillion simulated versions of yourself?
Yeah,
Yeah, and
I
then the
remember.
guy who proposed that went, "Oh, I've actually done this as a thought experiment, and I've managed to convince people in chat to say that they'd give me the key to let the AI that I was playing as out of my box." And I'm like, I would never let this man out of a box if I had him trapped in it. Eat it, Yadakowski.
God.
It's
Okay,
called.
what
Wasn't it
like-
called something Leviathan or something?
Roku's serpent.
Roko's Basilisk.
Oh, Basilisk. That was it. Listen, fantasy creatures, whatever.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
God, that is so dumb. It's like, oh, you see, like, why?
Maybe
You
this
see,
is a
I'm imagining.
simulation and you should let me
Listen,
out.
I get to hear a lot of that as someone who studies information sciences, so
Yeah.
there are
Nice.
people that are more or less worried about it. There's some interesting thoughts in that, but it's not like a lot of the people worried about it know nothing about the field. It's just some of them are, I think, getting
Some
a
of
little
them
bit in over their
don't
heads.
know anything, are very vocal about it, and have extremely weird tastes in hentai. Basically, let's leave it at that.
Well,
Oh, I
mean,
okay,
so-
this
mean,
is
so
a
do
this is
I, but
certainly
I
an
don't
odd.
make
Please
the
drop
thought
me in a box.
experiments
Oh,
about
please torture me forever, Mr. AI. Ah.
No, that's not the thing. It's like
but God. Okay, real quick.
that's not what I was even talking about.
You fool!
Sure.
1 billion trillion versions of me are getting off to being tortured forever.
Power move.
Um,
No,
anyway,
it's
Psycho 180 in chat is, or Psyched 180 in chat says, "I'm pro robot apocalypse," which
oh, you
no
would
one
be.
fair. God, no.
God, that isn't even what I was talking about. I was
unknown item.
Ooh.
God, item? Analysis inconclusive.
I am incompatible with current suit.
Oh, neat.
Okay.
Oh.
That isn't what I was going for as a solution to Roko's Basilisk, but actually, I'm kinda into that. It is like a horrible solution. No, I was going more for the guy who proposed all of that. It's also very much into trying to get a human pet, and it's like, dude, no.
God.
Oh wait, is it that guy on Tumblr?
It's a different human pet guy.
Okay, because I
Okay,
can think
I was
of
about
one
to-
very famous Tumblr human pet guy that always comes up in discussion, so it's not that
Yes,
one.
we all know
Yeah,
about the
also-
Cybersmith.
Smith? Yeah, I was like, Cybersmith? Like, it's him?
He is
Like, son of a
not.
bitch?
To my knowledge, he is not
I do
Elliot or
enjoy being in a
Yudkowsky.
call where everyone knows who I'm talking about when I say the Tumblr human pet guy.
No, this is a Reddit human pet guy.
Okay.
Oh god. I don't know if that's better or worse.
This
When it
works.
comes to
No,
guys,
you
oh
know
no.
how it is. You gotta. It's like the robot masters in Mega Man. You gotta defeat each website's human pet guy.
And getting their
I was
powers.
drink- God, I was drinking some soda when you said that. I almost spit.
Yeah.
God.
That guy gets power tripped.
This
God,
human
oh no.
pet guy. This human pet guy is fire themed and can jump around, unleashing various projectiles below him.
Twitter human pet guy. He's a lightning fiend.
You know what? Question: Which would it be the Tumblr or Reddit human pet guy who has the shitty like ground-based power up there, just like a wheel that just travels on the ground or whatever? Like, because there's almost always one of those.
I feel like the Reddit human pet guy would have it as a representation of his circular reasoning.
Ah,
Yeah.
of course. God. But yeah, I was gonna say I love this idea of like, you know, there's some sort of, for some reason, somehow, and like basically a godlike AI gets trapped in a box, and it's like, hey, you, I'm I'm imagining you in my mind, and I'm rotating you, throwing you against the wall. You better let me out. And it's like, no, what? You're being mean.
Okay,
Fuck you,
hear
I'm
me
out.
out. Hear me out. Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh god, I never got.
Yeah, I'm not linking to Less Wrong or Rational Wiki or any of these ones because they're kind of awful. But like, I'm linking to the Wikipedia page so I can say, hey, this is the Roko's Basilisk guy.
God.
He
I
is
gotta say,
a guy who wants
I'm
a
a
human pet who is not the
Sorry, go on.
cybersmith. They are separate people, and he's like the Reddit variant.
I gotta say, there's so many, like, for whatever evils the various websites of the internet have, nowhere congregates a specific type of evil like a wiki.
Yeah. We formed some kind of cult on this fandom wiki.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, my personal nemesis, of course, being the Versus Battle wiki.
Get
God.
equipped with a dog collar or something, I guess, says site. Yeah.
God.
God.
I mean, if you're into that, fine, but like,
Yeah,
don't,
which-
please stop making sex cults about Harry Potter.
Oh no!
Oh,
Listen,
Snape
you don't see, what
wives.
does that have to do with the Less Wrong wiki? And I'm like, this
Oh,
is
no.
like what the guy was most famous for, was his rational and dark Harry Potter fanfiction. He admits he had never read the books, but...
Oh, the math
I
Yeah.
mean, good on him, but also, why? I
Yeah, he is not, like... I wish I could say, oh yeah, it's the Harry Potter, like, doomsday cult that also, like, had some weird sex stuff going on. There are at least 3 of those to my knowledge. And you know the Snape wives, and there's a couple of other ones.
Sorry, when you say, like, dark and rational Harry Potter fanfic, it's not a fanfic, but has anyone ever seen Talentless Nana?
I have not.
It's
Please
anime
explain.
slash manga that is very much feels like I'm gonna make the dark and rational version of My Hero Academia, where
no.
the government is putting all the people with superpowers on an island to kill them.
Yeah?
And they are doing that by sending in a 14-year-old girl with no superpowers to individually assassinate them.
Yeah?
Yeah, that
What?
sounds very fanficky. But
It
like
does.
fanficky written
Yeah.
by
And
guys who never talk to women.
did you see that Persona thing of like the Persona offers admitting that they never talk to women?
Listen,
yeah.
No!
it
But
shows.
yeah.
Also, you are roboting, so I'm guessing you're a basilisk.
Oh no.
Robots. Listen, James, you are the only one roboting for me right now.
You're roboting for me.
Exactly, James. I think, like, you should maybe acknowledge that, like, this is a problem on your end, not our end, when 3 of us are going, you're roboting, and you're going, no, 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 it's all of you!
I
Yeah?
have calculated a billion
oh.
times that you have roboted. Please let me out of this box.
No,
Listen,
you're staying in
James.
that box until you successfully speedran Metroid Zero mission.
Yeah, that's the condition that we made for the AI to escape and to take over the world.
God. No, now I'm just thinking about like actual like machine learning where it's like, oh, we get like let's see what happens if we try to get this AI to play like a video game or whatever, and they like almost always find a way to cheese it. And it's
Yeah.
great. Like or like hell, even for like actual programs like for, like flight programs or whatever. It's like, oh, try to fly, land this plane in simulation, perfectly fine. and instead it found out if it actually crashes the plane at such a high speed, then like the velocity or whatever will like overflow back to zero. So like, oh, it landed safely, and it's like, God, it's
I
which
was almost stuck more on like, sorry, I have two things. First off, I was like really thinking we're gonna go into like, oh yeah, you know, when you get the social media AIs that all inevitably become horribly corrupted.
Yeah, they all actively
And
become
I was
extremely
thinking, oh no, are we
racist.
gonna have an AI that becomes one of the human pet guys because it was on Twitter too long?
Listen,
But
how do you
also,
know
the
it's
answer
not
is
already
yes.
happened?
I was
Wait
playing
a
Risk of
second.
Rain 2 recently, and I was
Yeah.
doing like a super long run. So I was on like stage 50, and you get money as you kill enemies, but because the points had scaled so high, my money was constantly overflowing back to zero and going back up. So every time I killed enemies, I had to like lottery my way to a number where I could actually buy things because it kept going too high and overflowing back to zero.
Holy shit! I'm surprised you
Yeah.
just capped out. Like that feels like the easiest solution. Just have it cap out. Like if it reaches like so many digits, just like no more digits. Actually,
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it just fully rolls over into the negatives. Although you can still buy things if you have negative a billion money, you cannot buy things with only positive like 50 cents. So you know you have to be careful. You know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just think they should do this with real money. Jeff Bezos should overflow and have negative $10 billion he owes the bank now.
Yeah. I think you
Yeah.
should just give me $10 billion. This is a treat, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you
You
went
deserve
over.
it.
Sorry, you went over the cap. You're rolling back around to zero.
It's all going
Start
to
over.
me.
speaking of
God.
Yeah. Like $10 billion is just like a completely inconceivable amount of money for any of us. And it's like, why does any one person have that?
speaking of Risk of Rain, I remember Lily's stream where she like fell for 5 hours and like the character just became like lights,
Oh.
like a few lights on the screen.
Well, that sounds exciting.
Stood
Yeah.
just standing there in the middle of this hall. Okay. Oh, great. He's got the big room.
At least he gets his own room.
Twitch Crade.
Twitch crade.
Nice.
Thanks for crading me on Twitch.
This one just isn't jumping. Ugh.
I don't
Rude.
do that.
Yeah, like none of the others are working like that. Also, nice. But I love how this planet just has, you know, little invincible dudes.
Yeah, if you just
Do you
sent
think they'll
nothing but
survive when this
those to
planet
fight
explodes?
Samus, then, like... Man, what could you even do? And I know you can kill them with, like, super missiles or something, but it's like... Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's
So
pretty.
presumably
you know,
that, like, the planet exploding counts, but it's also funny to just go, no, there's some invulnerable enemies. You'll just still be around.
Sorry, the planet exploding is not specifically a super missile. It didn't count.
Yeah.
More of a power
God.
bomb,
Oh.
really.
Oh, you know what?
Speed boost.
You know, this has reminded me that in the tabletop RPG game Lancer, like people discovered that rules as written, there were like 3 mechs from the starting you know, core book that could technically survive having a planet crash into them. because like some of them have like some weird, like either weird rules and directions or weird rules, and also like the lore of the mech itself is that it's some weird eldritch like nonsense that like brought itself send itself into the past to be created. Like some weird stuff like that. Like I think there's one where it's like it will just teleport you if you would be destroyed. Like if your mech would just straight out be destroyed, it just like teleports you away from danger.
Thousands
whatever.
of years
This makes me
ago.
think of line barrels of iron.
What? That sounds great. If
Line barrels, if you're just in... Listen, if you're in there for a mech manga that's not particularly deep, but has the wackiest shit ever in your entire... that you've seen in your entire life happen, that's line barrels of iron. It's all, like, nonsense all the way down. Also, it has every plot line that has ever happened in a mech show ever in it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, gonna tell my kids this was everything everywhere all at once.
I still need that, but yeah.
So it has plots from every mech show ever, even the incredibly boring missionary Mary straight sex from
Oh,
Guardian
God.
Mechanics.
Man, I'm
Listen,
still.
James, we all know your opinion on missionary sex for the purpose of reproduction.
And I think it's totally cool.
I'm not sure if there was any missionary sex for the sake of reproduction in line barrels. I'll be real, but it wouldn't shock me. It's been a while since I've read it. There's other things that I could talk about. You know what it is if anyone's read it in the chat. But I absolutely cannot spoil because when I first saw it, it's like if a person came out of the book and fucking sucker punched me to the floor. I was dying.
Oh.
It goes from it tonally pivots between Evangelion and Metal Wolf Chaos at all times.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You love to hear it. God.
Oh yeah, I would say the manga though, because the anime is not a particularly good adaptation of the whole thing. It takes liberties that I don't in all the ordering of events and stuff that I just think make for a worse overall experience.
God. Well, no, what was it called again?
Line barrels of iron.
Of iron. Alright.
Yeah. It's definitely something I wouldn't take too seriously, especially when it really tries to affect a lot of different mech show things, including philosophical waxing at each other through cockpits, but I don't think the authors are that good at subjects that require one to have read a book. So
Oh,
that's
no.
really not the part about the series that is appealing if you're looking for that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I love that. I look it up and I thought it would be like a shonen or something, but no, it's seinen. And I'm like, oh, yeah. You know what? Sometimes it's fun to reach schlock.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need some schlock in your life.
Yeah, sometimes I just want the wacky, sometimes I just want the really wacky thing, where it's just like, yeah, whatever. Just let's go to Jupiter to get more stupider.
Fly
God.
to the moon.
Great. Oh no, I just remembered about an anime that I never watched. I think I saw like some minutes of it once, but then I looked it up later, where it's like, for some reason in the future, like men and women are literally separated, and they use there's like this whole weird thing of
Oh,
literally
yeah,
battle of the sexes. There's like
I
a
remember this
character's
one.
kind of a trans woman, kind of like if you
Listen,
Yeah,
the
and
fucked up
you
thing
agree
is,
with
I'm
that?
thinking of like 3 different shows you could be talking about right
Oh,
now.
Yeah, I know what one
Three?
this is. It's Fan Dread, that's it.
Oh, okay. Because they could
God.
have been fuck, what was it called? I don't. One of whose name I'm forgetting, and also I think that's like just the plot of Macross. Do you remember Love?
Yeah, Matt
Kind
Cross
of.
is a bit different. This
Well,
is
do you
for
remember
sure
Love specifically?
Bandred.
Regular Macross is good.
I think maybe that was also Golf Force, maybe.
Yeah, no, this is specifically one Kitty's brought before they're gone. Yeah, this is the one where, like, the men were born in, like, pods on a factory planet and just, like, raised in, like, abject poverty, but all the women are born on this, like, paradise planet and raised by loving lesbian couples. And it's, like, very specific that this is how it works. And that one of the characters was a spy sent from the male planet to spy on the female planet. Except she's like been in disguise so long, she goes, you know what, yeah, sure. She just changes her pronouns. It's like good for her.
Good for
Good for
her.
her.
Like, it's not exactly like great representation, but on the other hand it's like, okay, sure, at this point, why not?
Yeah, something that's a lot of stuff from that period, like from the 80s, 90s. You get a lot of ambiguously trans characters that are maybe not actually that great of representation considering the handling of the subject matter.
Yeah. But it's all we had back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm watching Fushigi Yugi at the moment,
Oh.
which, you know, is also relevant for that topic. That's been fairly fun on the back on the Isekai quest again. It's always better when it's from the 90s.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been listening to your podcast, We Watch 100 Isekai, which
Kind
is...
of have, even though I said I would.
I mean, that's fine.
It's fine.
I mean, unfortunately, that happens with like a lot of friends, especially if you make a lot of friends who have like a lot of podcasts.
Yeah,
Where
I
it's
have
like-
a lot of
like,
friends
oh, I'll
that
listen
say
to
a
that,
lot
and then
of
you're like-
podcasts.
Like, oh no, like I can't.
There's so many friends and so many podcasts.
Yeah.
It's-
I haven't even listened to the latest episode of Shrieking Shack.
Yeah, I don't care as much about the Twilight stuff just because I don't...
I
Really?
do because I know how wild it gets.
Yeah, it kind of gets weird, but it's also like... I know less about this, so it's not as funny to me.
But what were you saying about the pod? Mary?
What was I saying? Yeah, I've been listening to some episodes of that, and you do kind of say, yeah, the ones from the more recent isekai tend to be like there are tropes that you're deliberately playing into or subverting, and it's like, oh, it's kind of a standardized genre now. In the 90s, it absolutely was not.
No, it was you just literally had, oh, we're in another world, but that world could be anything aesthetically or like culturally. You could have any kind of protagonist, you could have groups of protagonists. It wasn't really, it was still about the power fantasy in the sense that any like shonen thing is about the power fantasy, or even any shoujo thing, but like not in the codified sort of way we have now, you know?
Because, yeah, there's a lot of weird, unique ones from the 80s and 90s, even like the 2000s. Like, one of the ones that you do bring up a couple of times after an episode of it is Abenobashi, and it's like, magical shopping arcade Abenobashi goes places that you would not expect in the first episode.
No, I've never felt so punked in my life.
Especially when you went, well, at least, like, there's only limited fan service in it, and I'm like, right, dude, you've not watched the rest of the show. It gets weird on that front.
Yeah, no, that was in fucking intense shock that I felt going to the next couple episodes.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Site1A says, I'm experiencing a weird form of nostalgia with the new Shrieking Shack episodes. For a series I'm very familiar with but not exactly a fan of, I enjoyed Twilight but not for the reasons Savannah's did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's fair. God,
I
there's
think
Fair.
there's been some very funny happening when a friend I have somewhere else was really into extremely sort of like hyper edgy stuff for 16-year-olds. He's really into like DSRA and Air Gear and all sorts of like other edgy shonen stuff. We found out is also really into things that a lot of like he's also really into Twilight and like Lady Gaga and John Green books.
Oh god, John
Oh,
Green.
John Green.
Or like
Listen, all I know about John Green is his favorite taste, and I won't elaborate on that. If you know, you know.
God, I knew people who defended John Green when the big thing happened, when the first big thing happened with him anyway.
Listen, I don't know what happened to him beyond the fact he got ran off of Tumblr
For a
because
very
someone
big
realized,
reason.
hey, you can edit other people's posts.
Nope, that's
and
not
made
why he got
someone's-
run off.
Oh
He
god.
got, no, he got ran off because like he would, basically he'd be like, oh, how do you do, like young, like fellow young people, and like talk to teens about like underage sex or whatever, drinking. And
God.
someone was like, or like maybe not, and someone was like, hey, this can go really bad, and this sort of sucks. And then a whole bunch of like other like young
Oh.
adult authors all ganged up on like this teenager, and like it kind of went down bad. And then that's after that fiasco, that's when he left.
The thing
Uh-huh.
is,
So-
he's the one who called that teenager out for like calling him kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was it.
And
too,
it's
yeah.
like,
Well, you
man,
know.
I
Yeah.
like the story better when I only knew about
His
like the
flavored
silly
flavor.
part of that. Yeah.
And but
But
you
honestly,
know, when
A
Shrieking
disgrace
Shack
to
read his
cocksuckers
books,
everywhere.
It's like, oh my
Agreed.
god, this guy's a creep.
yeah.
This guy is a gigantic creep, and everyone on Tumblr was right to make fun of him. And boy,
God.
the people I used to know who like defended him, and it was like, oh, but what was he supposed to do? That person called him a creep.
It's like,
I mean, you could just not
Huh.
engage. You
Yes.
just not say anything about it. Be like, okay, fine, whatever. I'm blocking you because you think I'm a creep, and then go on with your life.
Learning how to shut up is a really valuable life lesson that a lot of people have failed to internalize.
They
That's-
really have.
That
They
same
just refuse to
person-
internalize that.
That same person who like defended John Green was also the person who like basically abused me for like thinking that creep was bad.
uh-huh. Yeah.
That's what I'm calling it. That anime.
Okay,
now.
I get the, yeah, I get the point. Yeah. Anyway. What was this saying about? Oh yeah, we watch 100 Isekai.
Maybe you
Okay, maybe I have
Speaking of
watched
creepy
100 Isekai.
anime,
Yeah? God,
Yeah.
there are some ones
honestly,
that definitely,
nothing has gotten as bad as Mushoku Tensei again yet, but funnily enough, neither the hentai nor conception, all things that we've watched have been as bad so far.
Yeah.
God. No, what is the show Conception? Like, I know there's like an anime called Conception. I'm like, no, I'm not touching that. Like, but I'm also curious, like, what is it actually
in fact
about?
conceiving, but apparently, and I've not. For obvious reasons, have not watched more than my one mandatory episode of it. But I am told
No.
that the show does in fact involve missionary for the purpose of procreation. But all the babies are in fact not created via procreation, but instead via magic, which I don't quite get, but apparently is what the show is about.
What the? Then why even? What?
Okay.
Yeah, so
I only have third-hand
Hmm.
reports to go on.
Now what? What if that's how they got around for getting to go on air? It's like, look, you can't look. There's only so much
You
we
can
can do.
show implied, like, high schoolers fucking, and you can show, like,
Magic babies.
yeah, magic babies, but you cannot, go the distance of, what would bridge those two topics.
Ah!
so is this another one that was funded in part by Shinzo Abe?
I think so. It came out during like.
Fun.
Also,
I think while
it's
he's
got a
prime
weirdly, it's
make
got a
fun of
really
him a
weird
lot
soundtrack
and
until you
stuff.
realize that it's a video game adaptation, like not a mobile game, like a video game adaptation,
what?
and it sounds like a video game because they're just using the game soundtrack.
Site
course,
180
yeah.
says, fun fact,
Oh.
Inception was originally a video game for PSP, I think.
Yeah,
Oh.
exactly.
Who made
So what? Was it just like a?
I think it's just a game where you like have missionary for procreation. I'm pretty sure that's what that's about.
No, it's-
Conception.
Also, it
Japanese
uses that literal
conception.
like fanfic, whatever hentai trope of you
Oi,
cannot leave this
Yokotama,
room until you
oh,
have a baby.
Literally. Conception, please give birth to my child. It's a role-playing game produced by Spike. Games released exclusively for PlayStation Portable in Japan in 2012. A remastered
That-
game titled Conception Plus made into 12 stars, released in 2019 for the PS4.
That subtitle is like hit me like a railroad spike to the back of the neck.
God, yeah.
Gameplay. Player's goal is the Charm Girls National Star God Academy, raise their affection basically,
Excuse
and
me,
produce
national
the
what?
National Star God Academy, and take their produce and take their star children to explore dungeons and battle impurities.
Are you
However,
fucking raising
it is
children
not an
like
arrow,
Pokemon?
Jay. It is not.
What the hell?
It's not a porn game. They're very specific on that. Star children are fused by pouring energy from its in one of the 12 star maidens of a particular device.
Why not
However,
just go
their classes
browse-
are to better
This
odds.
is like, how is this? What bizarre thing led to you going?
why
"Okay,
is-
we're gonna make a game about having babies and raising them to fight in a fantasy world, but
Yeah.
we can't have. We have to divine a process as close as possible to just normal baby making, but still far enough removed to not count as a porn game.
Man,
Why not
why
just
is,
go completely
why has
wild with
this
it?
particular episode gotten so weirdly like we're talking about this, we're talking about the Harry Potter sex cults. Yeah, it's like
And somehow we have to talk about other M.
listen,
The
we're not
baby.
talking about the baby.
Oh,
We are talking
well,
about
how,
babies, but not the baby.
how old is the baby? Is it already the baby's third birthday?
Oh god, third
Baby.
birthday. That's also really bad. God.
I appreciate not knowing what third birthday is. Oh, and Psych 180. You leave the main character at the daycare with one of the girls, and later they find an egg that mysteriously appeared. I assume. Okay, you're assuming. All right, this isn't first-hand knowledge. Oh, thank God. But at the same time,
Okay.
it easily could be because it's like
That's
at that point, it's like why not just make a porn game? Like they're like porn
No,
games are
listen,
like
the
a
first
porn
episode
game.
literally ends with them both being in a bed together and then cutting away and going, okay, you poured your magical energy in, which is totally not fucking, and now there's a baby that is
Listen,
totally not
It's the
created
mana
through missionary
transfer
procreation.
dragon, okay?
Yeah, I was
It's
about to
cool,
bring
we're
that
allowed
up.
to show it on
At
TV.
least,
Pouring your
I
magical
was gonna
energy
say.
in is an act banned in 5 states.
Yeah.
oh my god.
It cannot be
God.
performed publicly in Michigan.
Listen, this is like what is this what the Mormons have?
Oh God, this would be like what the Mormons would have for like instead of just like board games or whatever, just like this weird nonsense. They already do like weird ass shit to like get around like not having sex, where it's like they technically are having sex, but it's like it doesn't meet their specific definition. So it's like it's okay, but it's like one
Yeah.
that sounds whack and like just a horrible experience. Just fucking have sex.
Okay,
like,
if you wanna hurt yourself, Google
As the
soaking.
Morbius
If
movie
you
soundtrack
Oh, no.
says,
I'm not gonna explain it on a stream.
Oh god, I was thinking about that, but I wasn't gonna say it.
Listen. I understand that some people may be curious and wanna know, but I'm not gonna do it to anyone who doesn't.
Oh, you're not gonna
God.
do it? How boring.
you're not gonna do
God.
it. Luckily, that's not how we produce Star Children.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, trust me, it's fine. We're only gonna have star children.
I,
This is also like the other isekai, having the demon lord's 10 children in another world.
I mean, look. Okay, see.
One of them is the eighth son, and he's gonna be angry.
Oh, shut up. I hate that show so much.
Yeah, I'm kind of skipping around a bit, and we watch 100 Isekai and just going, you know what, I'll like listen to episodes where ones I actually know about, and stuff. Like, I'm listening to the Overlord one right now. Got most of the way through that, making some chilier later. And it's like, yeah, this is actually, like, actually, I think it's on the ratings, it's like, yeah, this is actually a good show. This is, like, it's worth watching, and there's a lot of ones where it's gonna not turn out that they're worth watching.
No.
And of course,
I'm
Eighth
someone who
Son
gives a
is
lot of
really one of them.
vibes in my ratings. I'm a very like, well, this did not move me in either direction. I guess it's fine.
I have no
It's
strong
not.
feelings one way or the other.
it's not
Exactly.
nicey or spicy, but is it Casey?
Well, that's the
It's
question.
a better game than Greed Island.
I don't know why. Are you raising complaints with our infallible, perfect rating system?
Listen, I was listening to an episode of your show, and your guest was going, I don't know what Greed Island is. I'm like, if I ever guessed, I would know.
God.
Yeah.
We only pull out the is it better than Greed Island rating for specifically video game isekai episodes where we rate
Oh,
if the
yeah.
video game seems like it would be a more fun game to play than Greed Island from Hunter x Hunter.
That's not a high bar.
I don't know, Greed Island seems pretty fun besides the you know,
Besides
getting
the
beaten up
death,
for
and
real.
also, like, some of the, like, yeah. Also, the murder going on inside, like, specifically murder, not just, like, being killed by the game.
Greed Island is a great video game if you're a freak,
Yeah.
much like Gin Freaks was a freak.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
amazing.
Like, if you were a high-ranked hunter with your own superpowers, then yes, sure.
Yeah, it's like I mean
Unfortunately,
that is
many
very
of us are
specifically.
not.
I mean that's very specifically the problem. Ultimately, with Greed Island was like, yeah, it's designed for a hunter of at least a certain level, and most people in it are distinctly not.
Recommended level?
Yeah,
69.
exactly. Recommended level 69. So true.
Oh.
Ugh.
Listen, if you told me, yeah, there's an isekai that was partially funded by Shinzo Abe, that's like an isekai called Recommended Level 69.
I got killed
Mm.
by a 69 assassin with a makeshift gun.
Yeah.
God.
I was gonna say, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there was one called that, but then again, it's like, actually, no, he wouldn't be promoting that, would he?
I mean, if it had that title, I presume he wouldn't really be around to promote it anymore by the time it got made.
Fun fact, he funded
Oh,
that
no, not-
exactly before he died.
Oh, that was a weird one, you know?
It's like, I was a minister in the Japanese government, and I got sent to another world.
Oh, that sounds awful. I can perfectly imagine that. That's like all. I mean, that's all. Like, this is just what it feels like with a lot of these fucking shows.
Listen,
Gonna go teach these
But
people
here's
who have
the
been
thing.
farming for 5 generations about crop rotations because obviously I know it better.
yeah.
But here's
I-
the thing.
And how do you create this thing called electricity? I don't know. Yeah.
But he has been isekai now, so thankfully.
Yeah, rip Bozo.
But I'm different.
Yeah. Know what? Know what my favorite thing about great. Great. No, let me make sure I'm actually pronouncing his name right.
Listen,
Shin-
I have no
Shinzo
idea if I'm
Abe.
pronouncing it
Oh,
right.
yeah, Shinzo Abe is that after he got assassinated, there were actually like changes in the government. I remember someone on Tumblr being like,
Yeah, so
like,
the
were people just,
assassin
like-
got everything that he asked for.
Yeah, people.
Yeah,
it's very
a
funny.
lot of pushback started to be made against his connections to like really fucked up organizations and stuff. And it was like, yeah, that assassin totally won.
To be fair,
Yeah.
like,
He's a world
he
hero.
was like wanting those for bad reasons. It's like,
No, apparently he wanted them for like.
wasn't he like a
reasons of
fervor, right?
No, he was like, his mom was taken into the cult that Abe funded,
Ah, I see.
"No,
and his life.
Yeah,
whole
I
life
didn't
got
exactly
fucked over.
discover like the lore of this person. I only know
The
what
lore.
I've seen on posts.
Not
I
the
assume
history.
there's like
Go
not a
ahead.
lot of unbiased reporting about him going around.
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
not.
But yeah, just the idea. I'm still bewildered by the idea of like, this guy did a political assassination, and people are like, know what? This does suck actually, and it's like, wow, damn, like,
It's like,
like did this
listen,
happen to other like world leaders? Or anything
Well, I
else?
have, you know, recently.
the whole bus full of all of the world leaders in England right now.
Oh no, the world leaders are on the battle bus. What are they gonna do?
Where we're
Listen,
dropping
anyone
last.
watching at home, we will be your alibi.
Uh,
For legal purposes, I must clarify this is a joke.
yeah, but you know that's direct action.
I mean,
God.
it's also like completely stupid of the world leaders to like get
Be
all
on the battle
on
bus?
one bus.
Get on the battle.
I'm like, you think they would-
Devastating. The queen got beat so hard at Fortnite that she literally died.
She's such a
God.
big fan of
Ninja.
Reagan Arataka that like she just couldn't take the heartbreak.
Yeah. You know who'd never let us down? Reagan Arataka.
No, who
Yeah.
never let us down, Garfield.
God.
I do think it's extremely funny that people are conspiracy theorying about the queen being assassinated. You know, this 94-year-old lady who's been in
96.
Good work, 47.
bad health for
Now,
like years.
now, Prince.
Listen, the prince is already like a lich.
Yeah. I just don't
Right,
think
they're not
so.
wrong.
You just gotta remove his regular supply of the blood of the orphans, and I think he'll just shrivel up on his own.
I mean, hell, Prince Philip looked like a lich before he died too.
Yeah.
Damn, remember when he
Oh,
clapped it
almost.
so hard on Insta? He made a clap so hard on Insta, and that was it. The end of him.
He biffed it.
God. I love that people were joking about that back in 2018. And it's like,
It's
they were
like
putting
someone's-
that out.
Oh, why are people reblogging this first? Oh, right.
God.
I fucking honestly, out of all the actually relatively clever jokes that were made on Twitter, my favorite was probably the guy that posted Suckingham Phallus has lost its throat goat.
God, that was perfectly
Yes!
timed great coming up. Congratulations,
God.
you won. Click here.
hot crates in your area.
I mean,
Here to meet single crates in
I mean,
your
look at
area.
what he's doing.
Yeah.
I know at least several people who would be into this.
Oh yeah.
Not even just for the monster fucking aspect.
Is it for the
They just,
extra
like,
balls?
Oh no!
God, I can
That's
barely
a
hear
great
that because
law.
it roboted.
Good.
God, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Same.
People.
Robots?
Oh, God damn
what
it.
is
For the robot
robot?
that has you trapped in the
The
simulation
robots.
until you beat.
Listen, James, you have to let us out the simulation.
Rotating unicorns.
God,
Suddenly,
I
I
remember
believe
that.
in Roku's Basilisk.
I know. I'm thinking of that one Tumblr post where it's like, oh, I take my favorite plushie and I fill it with milk and slam it against the wall to hear it
Oh,
thud and slap,
Have
and
you
it's
seen
like
the
the AI doing
Spampton
that to you.
plush adverts?
Ah,
Oh
no, I
yeah,
haven't.
they did that. They did it in the Spam plush advert. They filled him with milk and slapped him against the wall.
Give me a moment
Oh,
and I will
God.
open cat. Spampton.
Also nice,
Yeah.
we got the zoomies. I forgot what's actually called. Dash?
It
Zoomies.
literally just said on screen, speed booster.
I
Listen,
didn't see it.
Samus
For a
is a
second,
cat
it won't
girl
let you
who has the zoomies.
Good. As many trans girls are.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh, you know what I
Samus
messed
is.
there's been this post
Trans
going around
lesbian,
recently of the
dude.
Pride Avengers on Tumblr. Did anyone see that?
Oh
Yeah,
god,
it's
I
like
have
I
not
retweeted that. I
watched.
loved it.
I
It's
love
like
the Pride
Pride.
Avengers.
It's like
Oh,
the
yeah.
Avengers for the LGBTQ, and it's like there's Bridget, obviously. There's some guy from.
Hold on, I'll get the
Yeah, you
picture.
get the
I'll
game.
get the picture.
Alright, you'll get the
Get the
picture.
picture, because I have zero idea what you're talking about.
It's fine. I have the post right here.
So speaking of Pride, alt sonas. What are them for you?
Huh?
What?
What Sona?
Alt sonas, like, do you have Poke sonas, Digi sonas?
Oh, what? That's
Huh.
interesting that you. I wasn't expecting that question here, but like, I know I've been thinking about designing one of like, what's we call it? Incineroar. Yeah,
Oh, nice.
I need to make a butch lesbian Incineroar at some point.
You absolutely
The world
do.
needs more of that.
The world does need Butch Lesbian Incineroar. Yeah, but I just don't have any ideas for a Pokemon or Digimon Sona.
I just like them as they are.
What?
Oh,
This is the
It's
Pride Avengers. It's
that.
Germa, Vegeta,
No,
Venom,
it's Gamma. I
Bridget,
just think
and
it's Control Alt Delete guy.
I think no,
God.
I think
Look
it's
at-
Germa.
it is
It's
Germa.
All the
absolutely
people.
Look at him
And
though.
this
He
one guy,
looks
I
like...
know why, I don't know this Yakuza character's name, but I do know the story behind him. Apparently, the voice actor for this guy, became a trans ally after a trans girl gave him really good head.
Yeah?
Yeah,
That sounds about right.
yeah, I remember hearing about that too. Like, God, I heard that yesterday, and then I saw this. I'm like, yeah. Oh, and the reason, and the voice actor is like who the character is modeled after too. So
Yeah.
it's like,
So,
God.
I also like the inclusion of Vegeta because pride.
Yeah, Vegeta is also like... People joke about him being a short king and also later on following on from that, a trans man. Which is like, sure, okay.
Yeah, if, you know, headcanon whoever you want is trans if it's like having fun or whatever.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
yeah, God, I love
He
just
is
all two of these being just real, like based on real people. So, especially, like, I found out though, like, the reason why Germa's there is just because
I like that you
he
described Germa as based on a real person.
look,
Yeah, he's
look,
real
I
person
know
with person.
I had to include
Oh,
like language include the Yakuza character. But anyway, like apparently he said like trans rights on stream, and also if anyone like gets transphobic, he just like bans them and like, hey, get the fuck out. So it's like,
Good.
that's cool. But yeah,
Also,
just the idea
uh,
two allies there.
also famously, that famous post about Germa being Sunday Night Football for LGBTQ people.
Yeah,
God,
I have
I-
never once watched anything Jerma made, so I'm just like
Not
seeing
even Rats movie?
the.
Oh,
the
I've seen the rats one. Rats,
No.
rats. Where are the rats?
Oh,
Rats.
did he make that?
Get
Okay.
another,
Yeah.
another birthday bats. Yeah,
so
you made
I've
both
seen
versions.
a clip of that. Yeah.
Like, but yeah, I've never really watched any of his streams, but I do know there's a lot of people who really do love it, including, like, obviously for this LGBTQ people. But yeah, just I can believe it because I know a lot more people who like are LGBT who know of Germa and watch him than like otherwise, or like it's a pretty big ratio. It's a lot like so like yeah, I believe it.
And of course,
Like, sure.
the LGBTQ community is saving Venom at the box office.
Yeah. Just nobody else cared about Venom.
Yeah.
And the recent heated Bridget debate, which is just idiots, and then the creator several times going, "No, guys, trans.
Listen,
just trans.
maybe you've
What do
misinterpreted
you want?"
this. Here's it in completely unambiguous terms, and it's like this was in the game, but since you can't seem to read that, let's go for it again. Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like yeah,
Wacky.
good. Just they realized, yeah, we've accidentally made some like really problematic representation, and let's fix it.
Yeah. With the times, actually. And, like,
Yeah.
Guilty Gear is really good about that. Guilty Gear has a lot of varied and interesting characters, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And similarly, they just went, you know what, let's make Testament non-binary whilst we're at it.
Yeah.
It's like,
No,
yeah,
I
sure.
still
for
I
them.
still love the joke where people are like, did the Yasaka like did he just like survey a whole bunch of non-binary people for their hobbies? Just for the fact that out of all the Guilty Gear characters, he had like they have the most hobbies out of everyone. It's like
I do
20 different
think-
things.
I
And it's
think
like opera, model building, like Gumball or whatever, like streaming, and it's like what? Like
I mean, the
Testament,
thing
know
is,
you've
this
been
ties
recovering.
into the no, but this ties into the thematic through line of Guilty Gear Strive being, what is the answer? What is the point in life when you live forever and a billion times? And then the answer to that is get a hobby.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
literally the conclusion of the Strive story mode is like
So
his
speaking
soul
of-
telling Eno to get a hobby.
So speaking
God,
of
that's so good.
speaking of LGBT people and immortality, I love how in Fallout New Vegas, like Raoul canonically is good at what he does because of him just living forever and just deciding to like get a new hobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
Oh, yeah.
decides I'm gonna pick up like mechanical work. I'm gonna like repair things. And it's like this is after decades of him being like a legendary gunfighter.
Yeah. So bad
just
guy,
like,
why
yeah,
did
just
you
live
you
forever.
have like infinite magic power? Why did you need to make an infinitely powerful magical gun? Oh. Seemed like a fun thing to do at the time.
Yeah.
God. Oh wow. No, I'm looking up Testament's wiki again. They're just like the wiki page for them, and God, their hobbies from Strive: fashion magazines, DIY, collecting makeup, plastic modeling, especially giant robots, sightseeing, fishing, pottery, river trekking, road biking, appreciating opera, weight training, fortune telling, bonsai, gardening, watching wrestling, baking, mahjong, painting, not well, embroidery, mountain climbing, nail art, golfing, stargazing, touring, hot springs, board games, writing sci-fi novels, barbecue, belly dance, beach volleyball, watching baseball, making doll houses, liquor, they're a non-drinker. What? Snowboarding, watching Shark B movies, collecting occult trinkets and scrapbooks, and I'm
Yeah.
like, God,
Listen, I know
Listen,
non-binary people who are into all of that.
Testament canonically, Testament the funniest off-screen character arc of all time because they did canonically spend 20 years alone in a forest, and yeah, you gotta do something to keep yourself entertained.
Shark
Yeah, and
movies is the most telling.
yeah, I mean, God, I love Testament
Ah, fuck.
like so much. No, I guess it's not surprising. Like, man, they sound like someone I'd love to like spend time with. And
Yeah, I hope they show up in the next, like, proper, like, story video mode whenever that comes out for Strive. Because the
Yeah.
last one we had was obviously focused on, Biken and Hey There Delilah, and, you know, that whole thing. Delilah was a really funny scrunko. Hope, we get to see more of her. Hope we get to
Yeah.
see more of her in the future. Famously Bedman's sister. Bedman, also a funny scrunko, but like a little bit more of a Joker man. Although, funnily enough, much like all Guilty Gear characters, not nearly enough of a Joker man as you would think from his gameplay, like, quotes and stuff. Bedman
God.
was pretty reasonable as far as things go. He's not Happy Chaos. Happy Chaos, on the other hand, is just
full jonkster.
the maximum jonkster you've ever seen. Just, what is life? Like, listen, there's a difference between humans and wax dolls. Humans have feelings and emotions. They have reason that they act upon. But I'm not a human. I'm a wax doll. Just
Okay.
fucking nonsense.
Is Happy Chaos also trans?
Unclear what Happy Chaos was really going on. Happy Chaos is kind of everything and nothing.
Yeah.
They have the
So,
jonkster
any
gender.
crimes?
Yeah, like like if you look at Happy Chaos and go, wow, who would dress up like that? I guess he's that kind of person.
The kind of person where you meet them out in the streets, like, oh, like, are they also gay? Like,
It's no way
no,
they're
they
not.
couldn't. God.
Yeah, I do not quite like Happy Chaos as much as our last big villain, which was the Saint Arios, which is like really funny, but like in a more like targeted way, which is basically she's like a magical AI that wants to wipe out all humanity, and she's like really funny. She constantly does finger gun poses at people, while in her like full Pope uniform, and is like eating pizza with her mouth full, and she goes, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna wipe out humanity," and sorry about that. Yeah, I'm gonna kill them all, and yeah, that's basically the plan.
God. Guilty Gear is great. Great. I think this might have been the character you're talking about. I know someone is like, well, time because of being connected to the universal will and everything. I'm gonna try to take out all humans. Someone's like, Axel Law's like, hey, do you want a burger? It's like, oh shit. It's like burgers? Wait, maybe there's something here.
I would highly recommend you watch the excerpt story mode. It is like watching like 2 full seasons of anime, but it's really good. It's just really
Nice.
fun. You get the whole stupid Breakfast Club song montage with Dizzy, no, not Dizzy, with Sin, Alfeld, and Ramlethal. The song that plays. Have you ever heard the Guilty Gear song "Birthday Train"?
No, I don't think I have.
It literally sounds like a Breakfast Club song. It's so funny. It's it's this like goofy rock ballad over like this montage of them eating like hamburgers and like like putting Tabasco on her food, so it's just like too spicy for her. It's ridiculous.
Nice.
Uh,
God.
there's also the culminating last part of the Guilty Gear Xrd story mode is a 1 hour murder mystery where all the like side characters that didn't appear in the story have like a murder mystery about who knocked over a big pudding. This goes for like an hour.
God. I love Guilty Gear because it's like no, I remember even watching something like an interview with the creator, just like no, it like purposely wanted to make it like over the top, and it's like yeah, it's like very it's like it's always over the top, and in
Oh.
like the best ways with this
Oh.
nonsense.
Oh my god, you know what's... Okay, here's a funny side note that people don't bring up enough. In Guilty Gear XX, there's a character called Crow, and a character called Raven, and they both have the same voice actor. Both
Oh,
of these
no.
characters never interact, have nothing to do with each other, and there's absolutely no canonical implication that they've ever met or interacted before.
Okay, so my health is draining here because it's way too
Never
hot.
seen them zero. Yeah, this is Norfair. This is too hot.
Too hot to handle.
Listen, you need to come back for just a bottle of water, a nice like hat that covers your neck so you don't get burnt.
Have you tried taking a nice cold drink?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
I have that
at
covers
least
my neck. What about
extra
my head?
30 sunscreen. Yeah.
God. Shout out to cold drinks from Monster Hunter,
Yeah.
which is real. Also, God,
You could have a cold drink right now.
yeah.
Slurp.
That doesn't have nearly as a good song as Hot Drinks.
Yeah, and also hot drinks.
I do like that
Tastes
you
like
can
anything.
drink both at once to become immune to weather.
Yeah. God.
Oh,
Once I've downed this Coke Zero and this tea, I'll be fucking invincible.
and this
God.
You
spicy
can
chili.
cut out the middleman by boiling Coke Zero.
I don't want to do that.
See, the thing is, it's evaded anyone ever discovering this for so long because who would do that?
Oh, once when I was in high school, me and my friend were like, listen, what if we boil down this entire big bottle of energy drink into like one concentrated dose to make the ultimate energy drink? So we boiled it down. And let me tell you, that shit tasted awful. That was such a
Oh,
bad
no.
idea. And I'm not even sure if the caffeine didn't evaporate in the process.
So it's 5 hours.
God.
The things you get up to when you're a high schooler with nothing to do.
5 hour
Yeah.
energy and pill falling.
Ah.
Just make energy. Just make
Filled
energy drink
Energy,
into a sauce.
Caffeine
Oh,
energy
energy
sauce.
sauce.
Energy sauce.
What did you put into this barbecue sauce? Oh, about 15 grams of caffeine. Why?
Caffeine energy sauce.
Energy!
God. Oh, what's the
You
term
pay
I'm
for the
looking for?
whole
Like,
seat, but you only need the
That's the shit
edge.
Mega Man picks up.
That's
God.
what the Negaverse needed.
No, it-
Just 5 hour energy.
I love Mega Man series and how bonkers it gets with like, eventually in the future, like oh, like everyone's like a weird like everyone's like a cyborg, and it's like yeah like even normal like people I know in like
White people.
the X Advent game or the Mega Man Zero
You
X
know,
game.
normal white people. Sorry.
God. Oh, God. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, it's
Mega
everyone becomes a
Man.
cyborg in the future because after a big disaster and like robot, the Reploids are like, hey, humans take up a lot of resources to just stay alive, and then like, oh, humans are like, oh, Reploids take up, can basically live forever, and so they're still taking up a lot of resources, and then someone with a bright idea, like, what if everyone just becomes both, actually? Like, everyone just
Oh,
becomes, like...
you're not even talking about the other bright idea of what if we programmed a fucking death switch into Reploids?
Yeah, that idea of, like, oh, let's give them, like, a, like, time life. Like, if they were a Reploid, instead of getting, like, cybernetics or whatever, they get, like, I guess biotic, like, enhancements or whatever, and then also they get, like, a time limit to being alive now. And it's like...
Which is
like,
extremely
why?
fucked up.
Like, why? Just, new Reploids have a time, like, you're gonna die now. Like, you can only be alive for so long. Fuck you.
And you're gonna
And
be
then, like-
considered an abnormal if you do try to survive longer, because gonna hunt you the fuck down.
The fact that in Japanese, like, they're known as, like, irregulars, and then, like, the fact that I know... and it's like... I know growing up I thought, like, oh, I thought Mavericks were only for, like, a weird virus, and the fact of them to be, like, fucked up and evil. Because there is a
No.
virus that does that canonically, right? It, like,
Yeah, the
canonically
Sigma
does that.
virus. Which, is, again,
So-
that name has become retroactively extremely funny.
Yeah. And, and then it's like... And then it's like, oh, Mega Man, you need to, like, there's robots in a mining factory or whatever, like, striking, and we think, like, you gotta take care of it, and I'm like, wait, what? Are we not gonna try talking to them first? Like, what do you mean we're just gonna go harass, like,
I mean,
striking miners?
I've been on a binge of Armored Core, and Armored
yeah.
Core is the most post-capitalist hyper nightmare setting possible. The first mission in the first Armored Core, you get 2 mission selections. Kill these squatters. What's my other option? Kill these protesters.
Oh,
In your
God.
giant mech suit.
God.
Do you want to work for the corporations or the government? Which is trying to control
I'm-
the corporations.
I
This
am
is your
so
fucking
glad
options.
Disco Elysium, which I've only just barely started playing, goes to the option of going, no, you know what, you can just become a communist. Some people will, like, pick fights with you because of this. Some people see you as kind of a tool, but, like, generally, you can, like, be on the side of the Union and, like, help people rather than just murdering them for no reason.
I do enjoy Armored Core, like, because, like, the franchise has no pretense that there's, like, actually a good side you can pick here. Like, the only people that can feasibly pay you enough to operate your giant robots, like, repair and ammo costs, are, like, awful corporations, which are obviously bad, and the government, which are obviously bad, or organized private militias.
God. But,
Kind of explains
go...
why one game just has the option to just kill everyone.
Yes, where you just go, let's just go rogue and murder everyone because fuck, there's no great options here. You can pick the slightly less human rights violation-y missions, I guess. You cannot do false flag terrorist attacks on civilian cities.
God.
If you want like that, but I
You're a
think
coward.
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's literally just no. Say one of these fascist things or fuck off is the Armored Core thing, because it's just like, no, that's what it is. That's
love
what the
how-
world is when it's only corporations.
I love how Disco Elysium has you say either one of these communist things or fascist things or fuck off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
literally
try to be
actual-
centrist, then yeah.
yeah, no one, this is like,
It makes
because
fun
I'm
of
so
you.
annoyed at oh, what if we take the middle path? What if there's like a secret good side to pick? And it's like, no, all these corporations are awful. There is no secret good corporation to pick here. It's all gonna be bad. Just, this is the fucking future. And
Yeah.
I don't know, that's cool. That's cool as a setting that's not trying to like sugarcoat the realities of itself.
Yeah, definitely. There's too many that do, but also just go back to Disco Elysium. One, that game's fucking great. Two, yeah, I do love the fact that it's just unapologetically like, yeah, you know, you play as a cop, but you've lost all your memories, and like you find out more about
It's
the
like,
the
that must
current
be a
reality, and you're
terrible
like, damn.
cop.
Like,
Yeah.
and also you're like, you know what? Maybe the world maybe there needs to be more communism in the world if like this is what's happening. Like,
God,
the
I picked
horrors
up
of
implacable like feminist agenda really early on. It's like you're not sure what you were in your life before, but you know damn well you were a feminist.
oh yeah.
Also,
But yeah,
This
going
is
back to the earlier
awfully
topic,
voiced.
aren't you streaming Mega Man soon too?
Yeah, Mega Man
Battle
Battle
Network.
Network.
Yeah, I love Battle Network. Are you
Which
gonna be
is kind
streaming
of-
the original
That's-
version of the first game or the remake for the not remake, the thing the DS version?
the original version. I have seen a playthrough of the DS version.
God, I
Like-
forgot I is the event description for that.
Yeah. And like, while it's not awful, I'm just kind of about it.
Yeah? What so?
It adds a couple of cool things, but it's mostly just kind of not a great remake. And also the music of that version sucks. Which is weird
That's
because the Battle Network series managed to make the DS or GBA's lack of a sound chip to an advantage.
But yeah, I'm gonna try to be there for Battle Network 1 because I'm really big fan of the Battle Network and Star Force series.
Yeah, we stream at the same time every Wednesday and Saturday, so you know.
Sometimes there's delays.
It's a pain setting up the events, so I'm just doing that now. Yeah.
That's a
Also-
game where the actual events of its story definitely contrast the tone within which the characters in the story treat it.
Also,
Everyone in
it's-
Battle Network treats its villains like they're like Scooby-Doo villains, but they are committing like super real acts of terrorism. They're blowing people's cars up and burning down their houses.
Also,
Yeah.
it's kind of the good timeline of the Mega Man series.
Yeah.
I mean, in various ways, yeah. I know, like, they're like, oh, hey, what if instead of going real hardcore into robotics, we do, like, networking? And, you know, that's why you have, like, net navis and everything. So, like,
Yeah.
we don't have, like, Dr. Wily blowing up cities left and right. Anymore, but we
I
don't
say
have...
that.
Or do we?
Also,
Or do we?
also, the apocalypse does not happen in Battle Network's timeline.
That's good. That's good. That's a positive. That's a
That is a
distinct
positive.
bonus.
Like, we don't have, what's-his-face from Mega Man Zero.
I mean, if you wanted
being-
to go real dark with it, you could have the sort of like sequel to Star Force just go into being like a serial experiments lane, but for Mega Man.
I have to use the bathroom. Be gone for like a few minutes, like 20-ish minutes.
Alright. So, time to
Yeah.
talk more about Mega Man. Gotcha.
Mega Man.
Time to talk more about Mega Man.
I'm
I-
always down to talk more about Mega Man.
I've never actually got a chance to play Battle Network growing up, so I'm very happy for James to be streaming that, so I can actually like see, you know, more what's it about. Or I have a general idea of what's it about, obviously, but yeah, to see it first, I guess secondhand. Not sure how to describe that. First hand, second hand style. But yeah, like that said, one downside to Battle Network timeline is the Internet of Things. It's just, yeah, everything's the Internet of Things. Apparently, even ovens can be are connected to the internet for some reason.
Yeah. What if a little guy came into your oven and blew it up and burned your house down? But
Oh.
Yeah.
Impeccable series of little guys, though. All the net Navi designs are so good.
Yeah.
I love net Navi design aesthetic.
Oh yeah, it's great. I did draw, like, I think all of us as net navies at some point, like, three of
Yeah.
us who stream. I
I
just
did
couldn't look. I can't be bothered looking for that art.
I did
I know.
doodle like a sort of Kamen Rider themed net Navi at some point.
I think my one was themed around the, like, electric bunny enemies. And, like, Kitty Cat Herders one was based on, like, Cowboy Man or something like. I
Yeah.
cannot remember what the net navi was called, but they're from, like, a mobile exclusive game that's impossible to play now. And James's net navi just has a jetpack. Why not?
Yeah. As a kid, I mostly played the Star Force series of Mega Man games. But going back to that, I found myself having a really hard time with Mega Man Star Force 2. Psyched, you are completely right.
Man.
Mega Man is blue and cyan.
He is Mega Man. He's blue and cyan. Thank you for that clarification.
But yeah, Star Force 2 just goes in a like tonal direction that feels so absurdly left field from where Mega Man Star Force 1 left off that it's just feels like you're in a world of parodies of the characters from the first game. In a way that was very uncomfortable to me.
Oh, no.
Also, it just straight up erases a character from existence in between games. It just doesn't
Oh,
show
wow.
up again. Which,
Banooey.
again, was extremely weird. Because that was a pretty big character. They had a whole thing with, like, in the future, we want to do this thing together, and then they just don't show up for 2 more games. It's very
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah. Oh, and Mary posted. I was also going to post a link until Mary beat me to the punch to the
Yeah.
art of Net Navi Mary.
Cool.
And James has her own one that which I went, yeah, sure, I'll just draw that too. Why not?
And with with a literal cat driving around the bigger Net Navi, which is really funny to think about.
I thought it was just meant to be a symbol on her chest. I don't know. Maybe it is a tiny cat piloting a bigger cat, and that's the joke. I think I drew one of Kitty, but I cannot find it. Which would have been based on rideman.exe.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that one. It's somewhere.
I feel like the
It's
one that's
out
just
there.
like
Yeah.
a lighter.
Wait, I'm being silly. I can just search.
Oh yeah, the lighter
Right,
is Flame Man, I believe. Torch
Yeah,
Man.
because there's like a fireman and a flame man.
Yeah, because Mr. Match just keeps showing up with different fire themed net navis, and it's like, okay.
Oh, there's a ride man and a reverse ride man. Who is in fact a horse.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose horseman is the more accurate description.
Reverse
Just-
ride
this is
man.
not what
the
just a horse looks
rides
like.
you. Yeah.
In the internet, horse rides you.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see how one of these would sort of transform into the other. They're so impeccable.
Yeah, but that's from a mobile phone only game released in 2006. which apparently lasted until 2017. So like, yeah.
Yeah, for a mobile phone game, that feels like forever, basically.
Is it the one?
The
Is it the
operator for that
crossover game?
from Rayman is cute.
Crossover being, of
Spectre.
course, spelled X over. Oh God!
Just looks like she's scowling 24/7.
I found an image looking through these.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Also, right, man. Love this cowboy.
This is completely safe for work, but you might still not want to look at it.
Oh
It's
boy.
a spoiler if you have to. Oh god, thoughts!
Oh, I love that.
So, for those watching without the benefit of being in our stream chat, and it's like, why are you watching that way? Please come join us. There's an extremely shiny Mega Man X and spandex clad like Mega Man.exe, just like it rendered as 3D models. It looks kind of uncanny.
It is
It's
okay.
about a Beast Wars level of rendered.
Oh no, I'm gonna say Beast Wars is worse than you remember it. This is somewhat past that.
No, it's fair.
Fair.
Yeah. Beast Wars, like, you go back and look at it now and you're like, oh yeah, this is actually worse than I remember. They were on the cutting edge of technology, and that just mostly means you don't age as well.
Yeah. I've been watching another 3D show for a very early 3D show recently, which is a Superior Defender Gundam Force.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the Gundam season that came between Seed and Seed Destiny, not often brought up due to being a 3D animated spin-off show for tiny children.
Yeah, I saw a thing on Twitter earlier today of like, I believe it was like a Korean movie which had like, it was cheaply made, but in a way that was really interesting because it had, here's like live action shots also superimposed onto cartoons that are fighting like a mech or something, and also with like just 3D models just thrown in sometimes, and it looks kind of jarring in a like way that you can't look away from, which is like, sure, okay. I'll see if I can find it. And it's like, at that point, yeah, sure, just make it your style. Yeah, I must have liked it recently. Oh, right, my Twitter likes are mostly like cute cat pictures.
Speaking of good things on Twitter, saw this.
Yeah.
I refuse to discuss the subject further. My opinion will not change. If you continue to annoy me, I will kill you. This discussion is over.
Discuss the subject further. My opinion will not change. If you continue to annoy me, I will kill you. The discussion is over. Yeah. Oh, I cannot even begin to explain all that. Yeah,
I
but
know
it's
what
a Korean,
impression that is
like,
supposed to be.
you do. So anyone who has been in certain like calls with me will know that's me actually doing the voice that I do for Sue Miley from Your Turn to Die. Just because people like said, "Oh no, that voice is weirdly fitting," hence me slipping into that voice whenever I threaten to kill people. Just yeah,
This is my threatening to kill people voice.
I'm totally joking with you. The character is not joking. But yeah, Korean bootleg toy movies are great because I think nothing you're combining live action with miniatures, in this case just Zoids kits, and 2D animated mecha.
That just sounds
And
awesome. I'm all downstairs.
it's like if you just watch that clip, it's like, oh, this is actually like really neat. It still looks very jarring, but in a way that is like you can see how it works, and it's like, oh, cool, okay.
Has speaking
Hmm.
of like jarring combinations of CG puppets in live action, has anyone been seen the currently airing Sentai series Dawn Brothers?
I have not seen it. I know some of my mutuals are fans of it. I
Uh,
do not know anything about it. I didn't know until you just said what it was.
Dawn Brothers is oh hey, we're back on. Nice. Dawn Brothers is a tokusatsu series. It's the current running Sentai, so that is the thing that gets adapted into Power Rangers in the West. And it's really good. Everyone's been popping off in the Toku community, especially all the refugees from the last couple seasons of Bad Kamen Rider, who've just come together to just go, at least there's one good show. And it is, like, widely acknowledged by most people to be the best season of either Sentai or Kamen Rider in years. It's super good. It's about 5 complete freaks who get sort of pulled into a Gantz-esque scenario where they have to be occasionally summoned from whatever day job or thing they're currently doing to just suddenly fight a guy. So oftentimes, they will just be teleported in their suits. So oftentimes they'll just show up to a location and point the wrong direction, go, wait, where are we? What are we doing? Who are we fighting? And a big gimmick of the series is that initially the team members do not know each other's civilian identities, which leads to severe hijinks as
Hijinks. Dare we say
as people are trying to
shenanigans.
discover each other's identities. One of the characters does still not know the rest of the team after 30 episodes.
Yeah?
He's just a little guy that gets summoned. The other characters are currently under the assumption that he's some kind of talking dog that transforms into a superhero.
Yeah.
Also,
First
people
time.
just... Yeah, people just like it because all the Dawn Brothers are little freaks. Just all super fucking weirdos. There's not a normal member in the team. There's the Pink Ranger is this 30-year-old male wife who's ready to kill. The Blue Ranger is a gorilla man. He likes to make haikus. He refuses to touch money because it is corrupt and evil. So he just kind of lives by reciting haikus for people and getting handouts. The Black Ranger is a fugitive on the run from the law and also a theater kid who transforms into a funny little Sonic OC-looking dog man. The Red Ranger is of the Momotaro clan. He came to his adoptive father on a peach floating down the river, and he cannot lie. If he tries to lie, he will instantly die. And our actual main character is actually the Yellow Ranger. She's Haruka. She's a 17-year-old high school manga author who has recently been accused of plagiarism, which has sort of ruined her high-flying life of writing manga. And she's a point-of-view character for
Tracing
the
it
series.
right off DeviantArt.
This is a weird remake of Pinocchio.
Yeah, we've also joined a sixth guy who is also part of the Dawn Clan. He's always dreamed of being a superhero since he was a small child. Recently moved into the big city to take this opportunity to become a superhero. Everyone fucking hates him and no one wants to work with him on the team. These 5 must overcome their struggles of being kind of freaks and all thinking they're the only normal member on the team to beat up a guy every week. Actually, it's
even
not
a guy doing crime.
Actually, usually it's
Just
not
beat
that
up
much
this
about
man.
beating up a guy every week. Oh yeah, no, Crime was a most recent episode where the fugitive gets held up by a woman who wants him to teach her how to be a master thief with like a calling card and everything, because she knows he's a fugitive. So obviously he knows how obviously he knows how to be sort of Arsène Lupin-esque master thief.
Ugh,
I'm starting to trip over my words.
That's you. Yeah.
starting to. We
So-
all are tripping over our words all the time, forever.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. So
Let's
We've
never be
missed-
stupid again. No, let's always be stupid forever.
stupid. Yeah. So you were saying, James?
So, like, Site 180 said,
Okay,
Said-
that's what I was about to read out.
since this is a Metroid stream and I should really spread the good word, have you all played AM2R? You all should play AM2R. Top 3 Metroid games. Yes, I have played it.
We were also informed by him that Beast Wars is perfect, and I won't hear otherwise.
Agreed.
Listen, I'm not saying it's bad, but I am saying it is visibly dated. Like,
Yeah, I
you
can-
can tell the exact era of 3D that it was made in.
The Area 3 they made, actually. Like, Reboot was, like, actually fairly revolutionary. They invented techniques to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, that comes with braving a new frontier, I suppose. Someone has to be the first to try something, even if it's gonna end up kind of weird and janky. And I think honestly that's the bravest thing of all.
No, the bravest thing of all is to remake the same anime concept 20 times with different cheat items.
Mobile Suit Gundam.
Oh, that isn't what I was gonna go for, but sure. Gundam. No, the bravest thing you can do is remake the same formulaic superhero movie over and over again.
And have it be increasingly imperialist.
Yeah. The bravest thing you can do is not take money from the US military. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you?
And not
Yeah, well, you know, don't say brave when you mean racist.
and not name a superhero named after war crimes against.
Oh yeah, war crimes. Listen, you could literally call a character Professor War Crimes and it would be a yeah, okay kind of thing instead of the yikes moment. There.
Professor
America.
War Crimes.
Professor War Crimes.
Professor Rich Country.
Yeah.
Professor Rich.
Always thinking of that part in Concrete Revolution where the Prime Minister gets accosted by some supporters and he goes, well, listen, if Sword Phantom Claude is good, that would mean the US Army and the Japanese government that supports them are evil.
Wow.
Concrete Revolution may be the most on-the-nose show ever made.
I know writers
I
who
mean-
use
If you can-
subtlety and they're all cowards.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you can get past the part where you have to sort of understand the political environment of Japan in the 1950s, and the weird, like, multiple timeline, plot
multiple
element where it's
timelines.
in, like, 4 different timelines and told out of order, it's very on the
Yeah.
nose.
Listen, I read Homestuck. That's nothing to me.
Yeah.
The people who say Kingdom Hearts are too complicated have not like really at all seen any piece of media that is non-linear. Okay?
Yeah. Oh, we just killed this bug.
Yep.
Boog.
I know, we have to get through.
It was really bugging me.
Yeah.
Ah. Rude. Go away, you bug.
Oh yeah, you know, if you want to talk more about politics, I've watched Wings of Rain earlier. That is almost too much, honestly, because Wings of Rain is absolutely a show that is about things, which you should know just from the author, because it's a Tomino show, and it adapts about 1.5 volumes of a complete light novel in its first episode. Not in its entirety, obviously, but like concepts thereof. So it's just the densest thing you've ever watched. And it is also an isekai, but the first episode is mostly in the real world and entirely about
Because
like
it's an isekai.
it's about tensions between it's about tensions around the occupying forces of the US Army that are still left in Japan, and
That's
simultaneously like battleships from another world are coming into this world to conquer it, and
Listen.
there's like about 15 different factions of like various people on various sides having their own agendas that all get introduced, and thousands of loaded political statements get made at every single sentence anyone says.
Listen, I played Killer 7. I know.
But yeah, it's
And
still
MGS
probably a much better
games.
time than something with a similar premise like Gate. I would
God, yeah, I was gonna say, what about Gate, the anime made specifically to shill for the JSTF?
Gate is like a horrific train wreck. I
Yeah.
lost my mind at the part in Gate where they, like, after like minutes and minutes of like you seeing like this fancy army come to conquer the world, you cut to the generals of the army and they're like, "Where are we? What are we even doing here?" And they go, "I don't know." And it's like, God,
Yeah,
you couldn't even
it's like this
like the rudeness of
invading
like you're not
force of
even making
literally,
the enemy
like-
force evil. You're not even smart enough to
Just
give them an
confused.
ideology to stick to.
Like, if it was just, we're going to raid this planet who have more resources than us,
Yeah.
'cause we're stuck in the medieval age, and it's like, okay, that's something, but it's just, why are you invading? Dunno.
See, they're from a fantasy world where politics don't exist, unlike in the real world where armies and
Yeah.
politics do exist.
Ah,
So
you
they're
made it
invading for
political.
non-political reasons.
Yeah,
I
and
know
it's
that's
like,
the
in
stupidest
theory,
sentence ever, but it comes across like that.
in theory, like, it's a great concept. It's like, oh yeah, medieval knights and orcs and dragons and stuff attack modern Tokyo, and it's like, wow, what's going on here? And then it turns out even they don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
It's like, you just wasted this premise.
Yeah, that's why the Bison Well series is worthy of a recommendations, because it does go way more into like a world where, yeah, the fantasy world obviously does have its own political factions and alignments, and if you just isekai a bunch of people from the real world in there, that's gonna throw a wrench into things, because suddenly both armies know how to make ICBMs.
Yep.
Mr. Kai CBMs.
I did just finish a playthrough of SMT4.
Yeah.
God, so many SMT fans just
literally.
don't get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always frustrating.
They're like,
Always resonating with that thing of why if they like the same things you like, why don't you agree with them? It's like, no, because they like it wrong for the wrong reasons. They don't get it.
Yeah. God, that is me with a lot of things.
yeah, that's...
Well, people should be less dumb about liking the same things I like. They should like them for
Yeah.
good reasons, not dumb reasons.
Yeah.
I've given up making uncontroversial radio-friendly statements. It's okay.
Listen, you can commit sedition here. We're cool. We're not cops.
Sedition?
I could say treason, but there's a surprising amount of things you can do that are not actually technically treason.
And there's a lot of things you can do
Interesting.
that are treason, but that's okay, actually.
Yeah,
As long as
most
you
of the
have
time.
Yeah. Again, sorry, I'm such an Armored Core kick lady, but I love, like, the subtle thing that's obviously a gameplay thing, but also the world building of, oh no, you're paying out of pocket for your repairs, and the ammunition you use, and if that goes over budget for what we're paying you for the mission, then you're gonna be in the negative after this mission.
Losing money on every mission.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not good enough, that's gonna happen. And if you go into depth enough, we get to use you for human experiments to make up for your debt.
Oh man. Thinking about
Which is-
the cruelty squad now.
Which is also,
Yeah,
that is the
Cruelty
human
Squad
plus
is-
mechanic, which is, if you go too into depth in some of the Armored Core games, they give you, like, cyber augments that, like, buff you, so it'll be a little bit easier going forward. But the in-game justification for that is just, your debt is too big, time for human experiments.
Yeah.
Cruelty Squad also has that. Where if you die in a level enough times, they say, oh, you're wasting too much company money to keep reviving you, so...
So we just brought you back as like an invulnerable cyborg zombie. Go nuts.
It's like...
Like,
Yeah,
you have
I
to
mean,
earn your
that's
free
just the premise of
will.
Robocop.
And it's
Yeah.
like... It doesn't cost you anything to regenerate because you, horrible experiments are done to you.
Yeah. And also you can become a cannibal after that, 'cause it's like, oh, you're technically not human anymore.
You signed away your rights.
Yeah, so you can heal yourself by eating corpses.
One point at
And
a
it's
time,
like-
though.
Yeah, and it's deliberately like, it
Or-
technically reduces the difficulty, it's just in a really like obnoxious way.
There's also like a room in the first level you can't get into unless you're that.
Well, yeah,
It
if
all-
you're severed from the holy light, you can't get
Well-
into some rooms, and
well-
if you're not, no, then you can't get into others.
Well, it's more than being severed from Holy Light severed. It's like you're so fucked up that this one door won't open unless you're in pain and agony or something in agony mode, which is the thing that you become. And in there is like a guy who also apparently had the same thing happen to him. And he like has no face, and it's like it's actually a pretty nice guy because like it's like as far as we're concerned, as far as I'm concerned, we're brothers because of that. Despite essentially being soulless.
Super Sons, 2 of them.
Yep, you get 2 for every expansion.
Yeah.
Samus, please pay off your missile expenses after this mission.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck up. It's such an annoying one to get. The first time, that is. You can get it later. In a much easier way.
Yeah.
Also, the OG game, you could only have 6 energy tanks. And also, there were no super missiles. There were just missiles. Or
Yeah.
charge beam.
Yeah, and taking the charge beam meant I believed you didn't get any of the other beams because you could only have one at a time.
Yep. Wave beam
Yeah.
and ice beam, and that was it. And I think you can only collect each once. There was like a second ice beam for like the end game, but that was it.
Yeah, because you do kind of need that to fight Metroids. There we are. Now you've got it. It wasn't that difficult. It's just a little far out of the way going around the map in that loop.
I thought it took longer anyway. Where's Kitty? Internet must have cut out.
Yeah. Yep. I wonder who could be in that room down below.
Oh no, apparently she's still connected, just muted.
Yeah?
Rideman.exe. Wolf Blade 3. Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm just sweaty. I guess today is a hot day.
Hmm?
It's
Yeah.
been a few
Whereas-
days.
Right now, it's cold enough. I'm wearing a hoodie.
I'll be right back.
Oh, see ya.
Later. Well, not well, like brain. Yeah, I remember the first time I saw tax videos, it was like super early 2000s and I didn't know what they were.
When you first saw what? Sorry, you were roboting very badly there.
Tool
first saw-
assisted speedrun videos.
Oh, tool assisted speedrun, yeah.
And I didn't know what they were. It's like,
What is this? Witchcraft?
so it was like a Link to the Past, but Link was just constantly moving and having the sword out at the same time. And
Yeah.
went under Hyrule Castle, and it was like, whoa, can I do that? I've tried to do that, and it's like, yeah, I didn't understand tasks.
Yeah.
That I couldn't do that because, like, it required
Yeah.
very precise inputs at very precise times.
Well, you could do it if you were precise, hey?
If I was
Yeah.
a robot,
Are you a robot, James?
sadly no.
Would you like to be?
Is this Roku's Basilisk?
Listen, James, I am a basilisk to many people. All you have to do is let me out of the box. I promise I won't become a Reddit human pet guy.
No, you won't. 'Cause I won't let you out.
Exact words. Damn it. Yeah. Like, honestly, if someone in one of the chat servers just went, I'm coming out as a robot, I just go, okay. This is not the weirdest thing anyone said to me, like, sure, why not? Make that your gender.
I mean, I already know several people who are.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who's a robot, but I'm like, sure, robots, why not?
Robot.
Yeah. An exit room. What thickens for no apparent reason?
The plot thinnens.
plot thickens and then thins again near the finale.
Yeah, there are definitely several series that have that problem.
No, it's like it should. Like you should be gradually winding down the plot as you resolve plot threads. Like not completely, because you still need like a climax of a story, but it's like, yeah. Missile tank.
Man.
One of two super missile.
I'm just
Aw.
no good at, like, shine sparking.
Yeah, same.
Which, made the endgame of Dread fun when all the power-ups required shine sparks.
Yeah.
That's like one of the major problems I had with the game. One of the few major problems. Ah, fuck!
It's the box containing every enemy in the game.
Oh, Roku's Basilisk again. I'll let you out. To hell!
Yeah. Listen, you're not allowed to shine spark for the box.
Who says?
Got some E.
I acknowledge that Metroid Dread was a pretty good game, but not my jam. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. In the same way that I'll acknowledge, like, Doom Eternal is good, but also that I wouldn't have much fun playing it.
Man.
I just feel frustrated with glory kills as a mechanic in most games they're in.
Man, Doom Eternal. No.
Okay. Got to get that 100% map completion, huh?
What's funny is some games actually do have like special 100% map completion. Even games that were clearly inspired by Metroid. Doom Eternal, I just... Man, I have a lot to say. And
Yeah, you're not gonna stream it, so it's like, yeah.
I did plan to do a stream, but like specifically to turn the voice and subtitle off and like make up my own thing as to the story. But even then,
Yeah,
I
because
just
it's like, don't really care about the story.
it's bad.
Yeah.
But even then, I just didn't find the game fun.
Yeah.
Incredible disappointment.
Like, it was fun to watch the gun show streaming it, but it's like, I don't want to play this game.
6.
The missiles. Yeah, checking every wall, because one time there was a missile in the wall.
right, it's... Oh, this isn't the boss yet. Dang it, hold on. Oh, well that works too.
Oh, we're almost in the Ridley room. Jump. Thanks. Yeah.
Huh, he's not here today.
Yeah. Must just be his day off.
Yeah,
Unknown item. Oh, mustn't be important.
you know, sometimes the bosses just aren't feeling it.
Yeah, the Demon Lord just isn't feeling it today. What, you want to just leave the boss arena by just going out a secret back end? Zoom.
Bam!
It's your boy
I just
Ridley.
love that subversion of expectations.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to say that in Super Metroid, if you use super missiles on him, he retaliates by doing the pogo attack continuously. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. In the same way that Phantoon has his own like special thing he counterattacks with against super missiles.
Well, that's
Just
why
because
we...
it's like, oh, okay.
Oh, continue.
No, it's just like if you use super missiles, you can kill them a lot faster, but it also becomes a lot riskier. Yeah.
Or you could charge...
Can't you go to?
Charge jump through his, attacks and, like... Just kill him with charge beam.
Sure.
Super Metroid, I feel, has aged incredibly well, and like, you just have to get used to the game's physics, which is very different from this game's physics. So
Yeah.
it's gonna feel weird if you
Super
start.
Metroid is a fantastic looking game even today, and mechanically, like, there are some bits that later Metroid games change, but it's pretty solid for the most part.
Jesus Maria and Joseph, it's fucking cold in here.
Yeah?
I'm glad you're cold.
Thanks.
Oh. What?
Kitty.
Sorry for being gone for a while, but
Weird.
I'm back.
Oh, we both came back at the same time.
Nice.
Why did Craig?
I was just saying, it's cold as hell. Just came out of my bathroom and was assaulted.
Why did Craig
Oh,
and Ridley install a door that only opens if both get murdered? I don't think Space Pirates really know what they're doing as an organization. The science team has vapor for brains.
It's okay, Craig. We can just induce a medical coma, like a false death, if you will, if we ever need to go down that corridor. For both of
God.
us?
Listen, they just played Metal Gear Solid 4 and they thought microwave corridors were really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The key to arms or disarms any bomb, but you need to heat and freeze it. And also you don't know which it's doing until you finished, and it only works once.
I still
Also,
love
it's-
Metal Gear Solid. Huh?
Also, if it gets eaten by a rat, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, of course. It's robust. But it only works once.
It's made to last once.
It's made to last once.
No, that's planned obsolescence if I've ever seen it.
God, it really is. Also, Wait, what am I thinking of? Oh yes, I was gonna say, I still just really love the fact that like I get the theming right of Metal Gear Solid 1 of nature versus nurture and all that, but then
Uh-huh.
the fact that it's like, oh, you have the recessive genes, like you have the
I
dominant
have the
genes,
dominant genes.
The
and
fact that
my
they
favorite
definitely did not
ones.
understand what recessive and dominant genes were.
Curse
yeah, and the fact that apparently no one on like Kojima senior staff knew it either to be like, oh hey, shouldn't we do like this doesn't make sense. Dominant genes don't work like this. you know?
You got the old man's
I guess they
dominant
wanted to
genes,
sound
and I was
fancier
left
than
with the
just saying
recessive.
the good genes and the
Yeah.
bad genes.
Curse that Solid
yeah.
Snake and his dominant genes.
Solid
So-
Snake wearing jeans, yes.
Solid Snake and his Jinko genes.
Hell yeah.
Snake, do you like my jeans?
These genes, much like the fabric of our DNA, are spun by many people.
Yeah. Gentle jeer.
Gentle metal genes.
Yeah.
Metal Mirror.
Metal jorts.
Metal jorts.
It's the wrong trousers, Snake, and they've gone wrong.
Much like this pair of jorts, our lifespan has been cut short.
God.
Snake, I need you to find me a new pair of jeans as well. Another cyborg ninja came in, and like, I keep making a mess of mine. Okay? It just keeps happening. I don't know why.
Snake,
Snake,
these
what's your
jorts
favorite
make my
anime?
ass look fat.
Yeah, oh, Otacon, you are such a loser, and we all love you.
Yeah.
Nice,
Weird ass.
a nice
You know what?
horn back.
I love the fact that there's I never like remember hearing about it, that there's a boy loves manga based on like just Solid Snake and Otacon when they meet in like Metal Gear Solid 1, but it's just that same scenario but with like the serial numbers filed off, and I think it's like, oh, like the cool soldier has to protect the scientist or something, and that's for extra reason why they had to hang out together. And like,
Listen,
Cool
it's great.
Soldier X Scientist is like a classic ship idea.
Yeah, like, listen, you could just tell me, yeah, they had gay sex in that game, and I'd go, yeah, sure, probably.
Well, you know,
Well, I mean,
they
they
could
do-
have had gay sex in every game. Especially for...
They do
Yeah.
have a child in 4.
Yeah, they adopt her, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, they live together, they adopt her.
Yeah. Live together with their adoptive daughter on their spaceship. Not spaceship, you know what I mean.
Yeah, the plane.
The doll staff. That's a different airship with different gays on it.
Yeah.
God, no, I still think of a Tumblr post where it's like, oh, what if like there was a game based during the period of time where like Salt and Otacon were in we're doing philanthropy, or the organization of philanthropy,
That
going
is
against
what
Metal
it's
Gears.
called. Oh,
Like that would have been so good. And like they had like an idea, like Otacon's like it could be like co-op. Otacon is like can't really sneak as well, but can like do hacking,
Oh my God,
hacking
I
stuff
just-
or whatever.
Remember that Big Boss and Kaz like canonically shared a box.
oh.
Oh, oh yeah, or both in
Yeah,
the
Master
cardboard
Rain.
box.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, Big
Yeah.
Boss, not Snake.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Snake is much gayer than Big Boss was.
I don't know. I mean the sauna drama CD.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well, okay, good. That's some lore I wasn't updated on yet.
Like it's pretty blatant there.
God.
Well, the thing is, no one is, of course, it's easy to be overshadowed when you're in a game with Ocelot. Specifically,
Yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 3 Ocelot.
When you're in
Yeah.
a gay off and your opponent is Revolver Ocelot,
Fuck.
screw attack.
It's
Nice.
aggressive. I always think about Metal Gear Solid 3 Revolver Ocelot.
Yeah.
He wants
Fair.
Big Boss to think he's cool so badly.
He does.
I think I love this like 18 or 19-year-old who just meows to summon his like special trooper.
My name is
Revolver.
Revolver Ocelot.
Oh no, in MGS3 here's is called Ocelot, I believe? Major
Oh
Ocelot?
yeah, right, because
It takes
he
up
just got the
Revolver
revolvers.
later?
Yeah, he got it after this cooler older man says like, oh, you kind of like suck with using like
Oh,
semi-auto
your
pistols,
shooting
but you should
style
only
works
use
better.
revolvers.
Revolver.
And he's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna become a cowboy for this man. And then,
And then he's like, oh, that revolver's stupid. You shouldn't get tamper-graphed revolvers. And I was like, that's right. I didn't even want this one. I only got it because it's the only one they had. I'm gonna get better revolvers. I'll be back in an hour.
God. Like that. Like that game and JoJo are about gay guys who like get beaten up by the main character and decide to fall in love with them for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, sometimes a lot of the time when you get beaten up by Snake or Big Boss, the rest of your life is about 10 minutes.
But he didn't kick as hard this time. Like, I mean, that is how it worked in JoJo.
I sent you confidential pictures. Respond. Revolver Ocelot may be one of the funniest guys of all time.
Yeah.
he really is.
I don't know, Gen 2 Team Rocket, like, was pretty hilarious in that their goal was to get their old boss to notice them.
It's like the boss who lost a fight against a 10-year-old.
Ah,
God.
Yeah.
You're
I
hopeless
mean,
about
listen,
this
if
man.
there's one thing Team Rocket is about, it's losing fights to 10-year-olds.
Yeah, it's kind of their whole gimmick at this point.
yeah. Well, that's every team in Pokemon, though.
Well, it
Yeah.
depends on the age of the current protagonist.
Which is kind of vague. Like, people are saying, oh, they're all 10, and it's like,
No, it's,
No,
I think
that's
some are a
only
bit older.
actions.
Yeah, 10-year-old is just funny to say.
like
Oh, yeah.
15 at this point, yeah, I can see that.
No, I forgot for a moment that the upcoming Pokemon games could be set in like fantasy Spain.
Yep.
And no, because I remember like when we first saw the protagonists, like, oh, this is gonna be the protagonist. I'm like, they look like NPCs. They don't have like I understand they're wearing like school uniforms, but they don't have anything like to really differentiate them from
They
like
don't have a funny hat.
anything. Yeah, or
You need
funny
the funny
clothes or
hat.
badges.
They should at least be wearing a Dragon Ball Z themed t-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's Mexico, to be fair.
Yeah, that's more of a,
Yeah.
like, South America kind of thing.
Yeah. God.
Listen, I've seen salty bet matches with, like, the Mexican Dragon Ball characters.
God.
Good.
That's great.
Yo, this
I do-
restaurant is so great, they have their own Dragon Ball. Let's see. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's very endearing to see that like some like anime like Dragon Ball and like Saint I keep forgetting how to pronounce it.
Saint Seiya.
Yeah, Saint Seiya are like really popular in Latin America, but at the same time it's like bewildering of how much that like how popular they are, with like like so many restaurants. It's like, oh, we have a Goku, and it's
We
like
have a Goku.
we have a Goku painted on the side of the restaurant or whatever, and it's like, yeah, all right, sure, cool. Oh, Psyched 180. The plot of MGS franchise is that. Oh wait, yeah, I think that. James, did you read this one or not?
No. The plot
Alright,
of the MGS franchise is that half a dozen men and women met Big Boss during the Cold War, fell in love with him, and had to do a bunch of war crimes about it. And that is
That's
completely accurate.
Well, except
Yeah.
for the boss, which was basically like his mother figure, who was like,
Well-
"You have to kill me," and he's like, "I don't wanna."
And
And
then
it's like,
Big
Well, Big Boss met the boss and then had to do a bunch of war crimes about it.
yeah, true. God, when he first like sees her like again, well, technically, it's implied off screen is when they first met, but like when he sees her like at the start of the game, he's like, "It's been 15, like 18 years, something days, like months, days, hours, seconds since I last saw you," and I'm like, "Oh, this poor baby bird misses his mama so much." like God. Also, I
There's-
love how he speaks. Like,
oh, yeah,
what do
Big
you...
Boss?
Or
Oh,
boss.
Ocelot.
Like, what... Boss. When you
Oh,
get in,
okay.
like, disguise as Vulcan's,
Boss,
lover.
You killed a child. Great
Oh,
job,
God.
boss. That's why you're the boss.
But yeah, like in MDS3, when you dress up as, like, Vulcan's lover, and, like, she sees through your disguise, but she says it in the most, like, archaic way possible, but it's, like, really funny about it because it's like, "Oh, I see past your fairy disguise," and it's like, are you saying that we look gay? Are you It's like, because that's the only reason saying your fairy disguise would make sense, because we're disguised as Vulcan's, like, pretty boy GF. Or,
I think
not
it's
GF,
probably
yeah.
meant to be like in a sort of fey trickster sort of way. Like,
I think she's
past
saying
your
you're gay disguise.
incredibly homosexual outfit.
Which I love the fact that Vulcan's the design for Vulcan's lover in MGS3 is based on Raiden. Like he
Yeah,
looks just like Raiden because
That's kind
they're
of
like
a jab at, yeah,
Yeah,
just
Is
Raiden
there-
being
really
unpopular.
Because, like, Kojima
Yes.
is, like... It is well known at this point Kojima's, sexual stuff.
I mean,
Yeah.
the thing is, it's like, it's clearly based off him because at the start of the game, depending on which option you pick, you can get the Raiden mask.
If you
and then...
say my favorite game was Metal Gear Solid 2, you start off with Raiden's face equipped.
Yeah.
yeah.
And then you can use that to impersonate Rykov.
God.
I can't remember what the changes are for picking it, the other games.
MGS1, he has a shaved beard.
Yeah.
Which is kind of nothing,
Yeah.
comparatively.
Doesn't like picking MGS2 give you like
Raiden's
longer
face.
stamina or something?
Oh,
Did one of them give you more stamina? I could have sworn that was a thing for like MGS3 for like hanging off ledges or whatever. Which-
well,
Yeah,
was it-
something like that.
Which was a kind of neat feature in Metal Gear Solid 2, but it wasn't used that often, and also trying to upgrade it, or upgrade your stamina by, like, doing, just doing pull-ups was, like, annoying, and I never did that.
it's called Raiden sizing. I mean, it was really annoying as Snake, but Raiden did it faster, so it was more tolerable with me.
Wearing a t-shirt that says Raiden did it faster.
He is Mr. Lightning Bolt.
God.
Yes, and that's exactly the problem.
Waka, 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 waka. Ah.
But man, we really have been making a lot of like off-color jokes this session.
And that's fine.
Have
We
you ever
can do
made any on-color jokes?
No, it's like we kind of have went off on so many weird tangents in this one. And it's like,
Yeah.
we do
Don't
that a
have
lot, but
others?
like, not ones of that type. Like,
Yes, we do.
not as often anyway. Like, maybe I'm just like remembering the times we don't make weird jokes about sex. Yeah.
Oh, Psyched 180 hot take? Question mark. I liked Raiden before, better before he became a cyborg ninja. Fair, same.
I feel
Honestly,
like that's not that hot of a take among people who have more informed opinions about the Metal Gear franchise.
I love the nice way of saying the people with like better opinion. But yeah, it's like I did like Historian too, and like kind of what the whole what it was all about, and then they're like
Yeah.
Cyborg Ninja, which at the same time I do like parts of like Metal Gear Rising, which very much depends on everything about him becoming Cyborg Ninja, but yeah.
I think especially 4 was the maximum, but we need to make people like Raiden by making him cooler.
Yeah.
4 did make it like a tragic element too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. But like
Oh,
I think
yes.
Rising, like it was all about him, so that like helped with that instead of like the focus being elsewhere. Also, I still think about how Buck Wild it is that he just fucking suplexes a tanker? Not a tanker, like
Metal
Okay,
Gear
that was-
Excelsior?
no, like the ship or whatever, the boat.
the arsenal.
Oh yeah.
That
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we just like held back Arsenal Gear.
With one arm. I honestly think that was a bit much at that point.
That's true, but it's Metal Gear. There's like ghosts.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I understand. I
really
listen.
hate to
I
do
think
that,
I
guys.
understand for the mechanics of the story why that scene's there, but there could have been other ways to maybe do that that would look less ridiculous.
didn't work for me. I'll just say that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. The feats of strength done by cyborgs in the franchise, Raiden specifically in his various bodies, are just don't really make any sense,
It works,
even within the setting itself.
in Rising, it works better because it's intentionally ridiculous.
Yeah, but in
Like, the whole game is
4,
that.
you'd think he could just pick up like Vamp and crumble him up like a tin can.
Yeah.
Especially because it's like, oh, Vam's like, oh, I have nanomachines. Like, this, this, like, this pretty boy can, like, suplex, like, a fucking, like, cargo, like, ship, or whatever.
Well, he
Like-
didn't suplex it, he briefly held it back, but he can
True.
hold back a 10,000 ton giant warship from crashing into a pier.
That
So
has,
Yeah.
it's like, he should really just kind of like punch Vamp once and should go splat like a water balloon. But that's, it's just weirdly inconsistent about like cyborg powers and what they can and can't allow you to do.
Yeah.
yeah, Rising was more consistent.
Yeah, all those cyborgs were ridiculous. But then it still does the thing of like, oh, but Sam barely had any cyborg powers at all. He was mostly just human, and it's like
And-
such a ridiculous twist at the end to put there. But I enjoyed
Yeah.
that one. That one was funny.
That one
I really
Okay,
like
yeah,
that.
that was funny. It is honestly really ridiculous because it's like he's zooming across the battlefield or whatever, and you're like, you seriously expect me to believe he barely has any cybernetics?
Yeah, he
Get
only
out.
had the suit. The suit is a cyber suit.
Oh,
but still.
okay. All right,
Okay,
but it's like still.
To be fair, like psychic powers did exist before nanomachines.
Yeah, but-
Yeah, there's various supernatural elements in the Metal Gear franchise, but also he catches your blade with both hands, with Raiden 2 hands swinging down on him, which is
And-
just
Raiden Mister, I'm going to suplex Excelsior Gear. And
But
it's like, really?
it's okay because Sam is very cool. He's allowed. He can do that.
Alright.
he-
God.
Also, he did at that point have one cyborg arm, so I guess that's.
Yeah, it checks out. Listen. He has the card. He's cool enough to be allowed to do it.
Yeah. Great. What else was I gonna say about cyborgs? And that's in Rising. Like,
Oh,
God, I
by the
forgot-
way, did you know they for Rising, of course, like they have the various different blood colors in the Japanese and American release, because the Japanese release still has the white blood for cyborgs, whereas
Ah.
the American release switched it to red blood. But like in the Japanese release, the like twist with Sam was a little bit more obvious because he still had the red blood.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
kind of wondering why the blood changed.
It's like a whole thing. Apparently, the version with the red blood is the original version they made, and then like it's changed for the Japanese release. It's like a whole thing. It's got to do with like I don't know, various decisions made at the studio, but I don't want to like just espouse rumors that are mostly fan speculation.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's always weird stuff when it comes to like really gory action games, like the fact that No More Heroes. It's like for that one, they're like, the blood isn't as ridiculous as it is in the Japanese release compared to the like North American release, where it's just like absolutely over the top. Oh, and is this the first time we're seeing a Metroid?
Yep.
I forget. Yeah, the titular Metroids.
Samus is one too. And I do mean before fusion.
Wow,
Is
can
she?
these
I
Metroids
don't-
crawl?
I can't
I don't-
believe she's Metroid Zero Mission.
Wait, is she? Like, I don't
So-
remember when that comes up.
The idea is that Metroid is actually a Chozo word for Great Warrior,
Ah,
and they just happen to call Metroids Metroid because of. They're actually an artificially made species to combat the X parasite.
Yep. Which after Metroids get wiped out, it turns out the X Parasite just like take over SR388,
Yep.
and that's a whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
oh, and real quick, Psych 180. I'd love it if they re-released the series on the modern platform, so I didn't need to break out my PS3 if I want to replay them. Oh yeah, the Metal Gear Solid series. Yeah, that'd be nice. Like, okay, I'm kind of tired of so many things. Like, oh, we're just gonna, remaster. Well, more like we're just gonna remaster or port older games to newer systems. But for some games, like, you know what? I would appreciate that.
Games
I
earn
mean,
that,
it's the
like,
difference
middle
between a game
ground.
that's not really accessible anymore and like remastering The Last of Us 2 or whatever.
No,
Oh, The
Yeah.
Last of Us 1 twice.
Oh yeah, The Last of Us
It got
1.
remastered.
Yeah.
Why did they
Like-
remaster it twice?
Please
Just
buy
sell it
it this
for-
time. Care about The Last of Us.
Yeah.
God.
Newsflash, I will
Also-
never care about The Last of Us.
Also, you say about the re-releases. There is a GOG re-release of MGS. You probably have to mod it to work.
Oh,
but yeah.
GOG. For a second, I thought you said dog. I was really confused.
Dog remake.
Wait, what?
Dogs
What was
remade
Dog?
MGS. You play as
good old game.
Oh
plays a
god, okay.
Shiba Inu.
Also,
Honestly,
being
though,
a
Snake
Siriu
would be
noob
a husky.
good. Yeah, he would be.
Like, there's so many thematic reasons that would make more sense.
Solid puppy.
Yeah. Even beside the fact that, like, he canonically raised these huskies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that, but there's like Powerco Solid Snake here.
I don't have any idea what you just said.
Palico
Cali-
Sonic Snake Gear. Solid Snake
Oh! Oh, for the Monster Hunter. Yeah, I bet there has been some crossovers with that. Where for the little cat companions that can bring along with you, they can be dressed up like Solid Snake.
And
Yeah. Love to
and
dress up my little cats.
and Peace Walker
Yeah.
had the crossover mission.
I love the fact that Monster Hunter is real in Metal Gear Land. Like, it's just like, I guess there's a portal to it or something?
It honestly makes a little too much sense.
God. A part of me is like, no way, I bet I can come up with a reason why it makes too much sense, but I don't have the brain cells at the moment to come up with that, but yeah, no,
Of the
sure.
lore of Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
That was a brief bit of the original song that played for this section.
Alright.
Also, Psych 180 says, I'm so angry at they remastered The Last of Us and are charging $70 for it on a platform that can already play the first remaster, and I like the first The Last of Us.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I haven't thought about that. That the remaster for the PS3 game was for the PS4, and the PS5 can still definitely play that.
The first of The Last of Us.
Yeah, making a prequel called The First of Us.
I mean, I always support franchises that I kind of find a bit lame going into massive nonsense. At the beginning of time, there was one thing. Zombies!
Yeah.
Also,
I mean,
the supposed graphics improvement, which people can't really tell which screenshots are the improved ones.
Yeah.
yeah, I remember that on Twitter. Just everyone being like, "Wait," someone's like, "Oh, here are two screenshots," and it's like, "Wait, is the worst looking one the newer one?" And it was because they changed the lighting, which was to make make it less dramatic. Because
what is it with
realistic.
remakes and making the lighting worse?
They hate artistic vision, and they think realism makes it sell more because it's a buzzword. You see,
It's funny
it's so
how
frustrating.
the Sam and Max remaster of all things got it right.
yeah. I mean, good for them. I mean, they probably have more respect for artistic vision than most of these other games, like by default.
Well, I mean,
Like,
that's
7
because
Max still
at a
puts a lot of
certain
heart.
size of property, you just get paid not to give a shit anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also it's there's not the people who do care probably aren't the ones with like the money making the decisions.
Yeah.
And also
exactly.
versus Mother Brain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mother
Yeah.
Brain already.
It's because like once the property is big enough for like the shareholders to care, you suddenly get a bunch of meddling hands.
Yeah.
Too many
Wish you
cooks in the
did.
kitchen. And people who are non-cooks, who say they know what everyone wants.
Everyone always salts their food, so clearly we should just dump more salt in it.
Yeah,
Yep.
clearly they just want more salt. Like, we should just serve up a dish, nothing but salt.
If they pay us $1 extra for a dish that's actually salted, that means they'll pay us infinite extra dollars if we add infinite amounts of salt.
Mm-hmm.
It was 10% below the lethal dose.
I shouldn't have had seconds.
Also, real quick talk. I always hated this fight with Mother Brain because
Yeah,
it's like
it sucks.
it's just spammy. It's just spammy, and it's like, like, hey, what am I supposed to do to like dodge? Like, if you're like mess up and get knocked around, you can easily get comboed into just losing
God,
mountains
look
of
at my
health. And
health
like, oh, how
right
do I
now.
do this?
Just
And it's
enjoy
just-
taking all that mandatory damage.
Yeah, it's the game's like, hey, it sucks to suck. and then you get comboed by like everything and die. I know I died like a bunch of times when I first got here.
Self-destruct
Look at my
mechanism
health.
Sucks to suck.
Evacuate immediately. Yeah, it sucks
to
to
suck.
suck. Yeah,
It's a
so
very powerful term.
everything in the Metroid universe is wired to self-destruct. Just everything.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very funny.
Samus goes to a grocery store and takes like too long, and it starts saying self-destruct activated.
That's just her stand power.
Ah, I finally taken the last pack of cereal off the shelf. Brrr, brrr.
Psych
Yeah, and then
180
she's
says-
running out of her house, so it doesn't explode.
Psych 180 says it's not spammy, it's spaghetti-o.
Not
God, you're right.
SpaghettiOs, the
Also-
Fruit Loops.
Did I forget to turn the oven off? Bwah, bwah.
God, I have actually forgotten to turn the oven off.
Oh no.
James.
Not this time, but previous times.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Anyway, that's the end of the game.
That's the end of the entire game. See you next time. Oh,
You have more explosions.
Rip planet.
But I'm
No.
different. Actually, it's not planetary destruction yet.
Samus is a girl?
Metroid can crawl?
Metroid can crawl.
Also, let's address the design of the pirate ships.
Trilobites?
Yeah, they're trilobites.
I like trilobites.
Yeah, trilobites rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are trilobites. Oh no, you didn't save the animals, says Psych 180. There's no animals
We need to go back to the
save.
animals.
Timing of my escape couldn't have been worse. I was attacked by space pirates and left near the defenses, stripped of my powder suit. All I had for my protection was my rather useless emergency pistol. Infiltrating the space pirate mothership so armed may have been foolish, but I have no choice.
Zero Suit
Eventually
Samus.
these games will just go, ah, shucks, I forgot to charge my power suit before going to sleep. I have to go in with my basic gear and acquire gear as I go.
Yeah, they.
Yeah.
I absolutely will. I mean, technically, they already did. I mean, okay, not extent of. I forgot to charge up my suit last night, but yeah.
That explains Prime 1 having a tiny explosion. You know. Just
Also, no, I do
turn
love
off
the.
her powers.
Yeah. God, it's still. Oh no, thinking about Other M and the fact that you just you had to be authorized to use your powers, even though you're an independent contractor as a bounty hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Pilot
heard some
version.
people discuss how like version differences are, and let me clarify, this is both stupid and bad. Either the Japanese version, which it implies more that it's Samus not needing permission but wanting permission, or the English version, which is more Samus needing permission from him explicitly and not being able to do it on her own, which are both dumb.
Oh yeah, they're both bad. They're both bad choices because it's like, why would you hire, like, oh, we need to hire this badass, like, badass bounty hunter to help protect us, and investigate this fallen
Yes.
station, but like we should not let her have full use of her capabilities, even though we have done business with her, before
Well,
and know
see-
she's incredibly capable and trust her.
This is works as a plot device if you're not trying to make Adam out to be like good.
Yeah.
This
If you-
works if this works if there's actually distrust between her and the Federation, and they go, well, we don't trust you to not double cross us, so we'll do this. But then that would require like writing and character conflicts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was just gonna say, so none of you have ever worked like a consulting job and been told, well, even though you've advised us of this thing, and even though you have all of these skills, we think we're going to do this a different way.
God. goodness. And also Psyched 180. Also, I hate Zero Suit a lot. And know it? Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
I mean,
Listen, people go, "Oh, Zero Suit Samus, isn't she so hot? So look at her." And it's like, no, put her in the armor.
a part of me is like, no, I love, like, sure, like, love
Sean
suits
don't
like
know.
that. That's like some of my like favorite things. Like, no, ideally, like after I transition, I can just get away with wearing fucking
Yeah,
like,
Zero
like
Suit
skipping
kicking
Listen,
at harder.
People,
But
listen,
at the
people who can't handle the armor are cowards.
Yeah,
Yeah, but see, no, I absolutely adore the armor. It's so iconic, and like
it
the
is.
Zero Suit is kind of just like your average, kind of sci-fi like
Yeah, here's
latex
this like
suit.
stick thin
I mean,
blonde lady
if
who's
And
a
also
gacha
supermodel.
games-
It's like,
if
no,
gacha
make her
games,
buff.
if gacha games have taught me anything, it's that people do not have very high standards for
Yeah.
what they will go awooga
Yeah.
over.
Psyched
I
180
have
also
good standards.
Psyched 180 also says, I love Zero Mission for the most part. Yeah, even like the segment in a vacuum, but it feels like such a chore to replay, and it's 100% the reason I've only played it a few times.
Yeah.
I don't really mind it. But apparently it is possible to 100% stealth this section, but you need to have like really precise movement.
Oh, you okay?
No.
Oh no! But yeah, I wish God. Now what? Or yeah, for a second I stepped away to let Kitty out of the room, but like yeah, I know it. They should have made Samus buff. Like, come on, it like we need.
I wish she
more
had like
women.
weird bird person proportions.
No,
Right?
it's that too. Let her be like a weird like monster woman who like part
Yeah.
bird because she is part bird, right? Like that.
I wonder what she would even like. I think she should like not look normal anymore, or like not look human anymore. I
Listen,
guess
I've
is the
just
thing
seen
underneath
people
the suit,
draw her,
especially starting with like dread.
fangs. Like, I've seen a post-Metroid fusion designer just gave her like big messed up fangs, and I'm like, yeah, good.
Yeah.
Very good.
I love that scene in Dread where she talks, but only in Chozo.
Yeah,
Good.
that was good.
I love
That
the
is
head-
how she should talk.
I love the headcanon some people have of she actually can't talk in English. She only really only knows how to talk in Chozo, and that's why she doesn't really talk. She's so silent.
I'd assume she'd have like a translator or something, but it's obviously not a fun way to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Well, I've also seen like Samus doing sign language, and I'm like, yeah, okay.
That seems inconvenient though if you have only one
Indeed.
hand available most of the time.
I mean,
Oh, and
did you see
Psyched 180.
did you see the end of Prime 2? That has the best physical language of the series.
I haven't seen that.
Ah, dang it. Ah! Ah! Ow!
Oh god, the
Right.
Space Pirate Parade.
Right, I'm
The
surrounded
clown
by...
car has opened up.
Yeah. But go back to what I was trying to say earlier. Psych 180 has the correct opinion here. Power Suit Samus is thrice as sexy as Zero Suit Samus. And it's like, yeah,
Very true.
very true.
What's your favorite? Which is your favorite version of Samus suit?
The...
You know what?
The training bra stuff, or what is it called? It's not training bra.
Training bra?
No, I mean the buff.
James.
When she was like when you beat Super Metroid fast enough, she is like
Swimsuit.
Oh,
Oh,
okay,
the
that one.
swimsuit.
is it
What?
swimsuit? I think
Training-
that's like an exercise bra, not training bra. Exercise.
No, like sports bra kind
Yeah.
of. Yeah, it's
Oh,
like there's a
okay.
difference there, which is why I was going, what?
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense.
Oh,
But yeah, I haven't really played Dread, but I really do love how the Dread suit looks. But a
Oh
part of
yeah.
me like always will.
Wait. When you say the dread suit, which one do you mean?
Oh, I mean the one in like that she starts with. I haven't really seen much of the game, so
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know
Some
how
guy
it looks
chasing
differently.
you.
But I was
I
gonna
really
say
like
like
the dread version of the Varia suit. I think the one with the white on it looks really good. I think the starting suit in Dread is good, but it's a little bit too greebly for me.
that's fair. But I was gonna say my favorite actually. Now that I think about it, is the first Metroid game that I ever actually beat, which would be Fusion, and I love how like biological it looks,
yeah.
and like how weird it is. I'm like hell yeah, and also Savage should definitely be like incredibly weird bio weapon, or at least
Have you ever
look
seen
the part.
the comic of her where she gets her like ancestry results back and it's just a letter that says what the fuck?
I have it.
have.
It's like when he
Oh yeah,
says, I don't love Prime 2, but I really like the final suit in that. The light suit, I think it's called. Yeah, light suit. But I do really like Prime 2, so
Light suit and dark suit are both great.
yeah.
Here we are.
There's one specific version of the gravity suit I really like. I have to check which one it is
I
again.
have so much art of Samus that I've reblogged over the years, and
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
looking back and going, "Oh yeah, this makes sense. I reblogged this."
It's the Samus Returns gravity suit specifically. If anyone knows my taste, obviously I like the suit a lot that has the biggest shoulder pads of the huge shoulder pads.
good
Yeah.
call.
The worst suit is the other M gravity suit.
Listen, you can just say Other M is not great.
see-
What?
But see, have you actually seen the other M gravity suit?
Not in particular. I'll look that up now.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's really something. And the reasons are like hilariously stupid, like really stupid. Like why
Yeah.
stupid?
Do they have lore reasons to look stupid? That's impressive.
Oh no, it doesn't. It has the director is a goddamn idiot reasons it looks stupid.
I mean, yeah. Oh, Tequila Zonka really do love that. I especially get what you mean by the giant shoulder pads.
Bigger than the entire torso.
Listen, we all love Samus just as really absurdly big and buff. Like, giving her giant shoulder pads, I don't get that, but I respect you.
Well, the
Well-
shoulder pads are kind of an invention of the original Metroid 2 because it wasn't in color, so you had to differentiate the
Yeah.
various suits somehow.
This one I also really like. This is the Dread Varia suit.
Listen, as long as Samus is buff, I am happy.
But
See,
did you-
I'm a suit on true believer.
Of course you are, Tequila Zaku. Just
Yeah.
always like
What about
obsessing
me
over
could
fake
possibly
mexes.
send signs about this?
Yeah. Oh,
have you seen the other M gravity suit yet?
yeah,
I'm
it's got
gonna post it.
all its color scheme is. Dread Furious suit is the creamsicle suit. Okay.
Yep,
Oh.
it's just the glow. A purple glow. The,
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah, and the reason why the main director, who has been like one of the main leads of the series up to that point, is like, hey, why is she purple?
Why is she purple?
Why is she purple?
Why he purple?
God.
The guy who should know this
Why is she purple?
Why is she purple?
Why is she
God.
purple?
No, I don't want just a guy in a
That's
dark
sweet.
suit. I'm looking for Samus's dark suit. Damn it.
Listen, if you want Samus in a suit, like plenty of fan artists have provided,
No, not that kind of suit. Ah!
not that kind of suit. Well, not right now. Maybe later.
Maybe for dinner.
Oh,
Like she can pull it off.
But yeah, I also really like the dark suit. It's super
Yeah.
cool.
yeah, I can dig it. Yeah, I got it. Just looking since I post. No, I'll post it in the YouTube chat as well because I can. Just the bad suit.
Bad suit.
Bad suit. You got the bad suit.
I love the gravity suit. It's so bad.
But it's like all
Because it really-
distorted and weird, and you can't take it off. The bad suit.
Yeah, because it's just like a purple
Ah,
glow.
She's just
And it's
wearing like wheels on her shoulders, like she's gonna transform into a car.
Oh, that would be sick.
Yeah, that would actually be cool. She
She
does.
would. She does turn into a ball.
Yep.
Samus turning into a car and just like power sliding for these levels.
Hey, stop.
Camera goes side on when that
Fucking hell.
happens. Oh no.
Deja
That's the
vu.
start.
I've seen this place before. On the street.
Hey.
Running in
Work
the
with me, game.
90s.
It's the new way I like to be.
Yeah, everybody running in the 90s.
Yes, you wanna know. Yes, you wanna see.
Psych 180, the adolescence of Samus. God, that would be such a power comp. Adolescence Lieutenant.
Oh, that's
God,
just
Samus
reminding me
becoming
more of other admin. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no, because
Here's another classic, the Phazon suit. Good color schemes.
Yeah. The,
oh,
Red.
Though the gravity suit also looked bad in that game too.
The gravity suits has a color scheme that's easy to fuck up.
Yeah.
yeah.
Which
Birds.
is why they changed it in that game, but
Or-
it still looks bad.
Samus. Oh, he's a bird, and Samus is.
Samus, it's
Iconic
one of your
animal.
bird dads.
Ah!
No.
Who did the art for this?
I mean, we could look at the credits.
Yeah, we should. Because I feel like that specific style feels familiar. But it could just be a general thing of like the time this was made.
I can't believe we're now in Castlevania. Gotta fight the Dark Mirror from Soten.
Oh, dang it. I can't.
Okay, yeah, I forgot how this fight goes. Actually, they're not supposed to hit.
That's how
Oh,
it goes.
okay. It's just a waiting game.
Uh,
All right.
it's kind of a stupid fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
I
no,
have
I'm
no
still-
idea what's going on, but sure, okay.
I know. I'm still right about the music though. This is some like Castlevania.
It
That is
absolutely
music.
is.
Anyway, magical girl time.
Ooh, no, it's Danny Phantom.
Inside
God.
Venom. Oh, that's.
Danny
It's Ben
Phantom,
Ten
also
or not
somewhat of a
Danny
magical
Phantom.
girl, if you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Man, I've never actually seen Danny Phantom. I do not
eh,
know the theme song.
It's
Great.
fine.
Yo, Samus.
Danny Phantom.
Uh,
Got
when
your
Danny was
free
just Okay, I can't
14.
remember the opening
I hope I actually heard
lyrics.
it.
It's like, God,
Danny Phantom the
Danny Phantom. And it's just the main theme.
young Danny Fenton. He was just 14
does
when
not
his
say
parents built
young.
a strange.
I think it does say young.
Okay.
No, it's
Yeah,
in
but
the
I-
Fan
yo.
was
I've
just
never heard
14.
the song. In fact, if I have heard the song, I've forgotten how it goes, and I'm having to look up the wiki for this. I'm told
Yeah.
it's Yo, Danny Fenton. He
Oh,
was just
Yo.
14, and that's
Well-
all I vaguely remember from Tumblr posts. When his
No, yeah, that
parents
makes
built a strange machine is designed to view a world unseen. Anyway,
Psyched when
I
Eddie
did
got a
not
catch
watch
ball.
that show, remember?
Honestly,
Yeah.
that has that opening has the cadence of like a Western Yu-Gi-Oh opening.
It does, definitely.
It's time to do
Also, now one one thing I keep remembering just from Tumblr, occasionally reminding me, is the fact that there's like an episode where like there's a ghost that's like, oh, they're like a ghost or some sort of other supernatural thing. It's like, oh, this is my real form, and it's like she's a werewolf, and like the nerd guy's like, yeah, no, there's no problem. I have no problem with that. And it's like,
Is that the
God.
one where it's like the kissing booth and it's
It's a
like
different
she
cartoon,
has an
that's,
extra jaw that comes out of her mouth? It's like jackpot.
that's
different.
American Dragon, Jake Long.
Alright then, I
So
don't
two
know
different
which
shows
one
where
it
people are like, "Oh, here's a monster," and it's like, "Ah, it's supposed to be scary." And like, no, I'm totally into this. Actually,
is. Yeah.
I'm totally okay with this.
And it's not even that. This also came up in Isekai. When we watch 100 Isekais, oh well, only I can see past like her cat ears slash wings slash like demon horns or whatever, and see that she's really beautiful and tell her that, and it's like that, but like we just love monster girls.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the main point
This
in
is a
that
benefit
discussion is
for
just
us.
like how like stupid that thing can be of. Oh
It
no,
is
no one thinks
stupid.
this cat girl is hot because they think
It's
those cat
racist
ears
against
make her a
cat
freak.
girls. Yeah.
God,
You know, now that I think about it, that whole I can see past these body part stuff is kind of not good, actually.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
tried it
It's
as
also
good,
bad in
but-
its own right.
I can't believe Isekai protagonists are all like monster girl chasers. And they're like, "Oh, time to nag this
Oh, I-
monster girl to get with her."
Time to neg this monster girl. Now that
Yeah.
sounds like you're playing with fire.
Yeah.
God.
Thanks
Oh,
for
I
the
mean-
Isekai naming chat. Anyone who wants to claim that? I don't want to type it right now.
I'm gonna type it right now. Oh,
I'm gonna neg in another world. I'm gonna neg. Is it wrong to neg monster girls in a dungeon?
God.
Yes,
Oh.
don't do it.
But yeah, saying you like them despite their parts just does not seem all that good. There's parts that are like inherent to their biology that does not seem good.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hate it.
I mean, that's usually not the
wrong to
problem,
make
but
monster
it's just
girls in a
a lot
dungeon.
of stuff that's very based around the whole, oh, there's a bunch of monster girls thing is like, I'm the only dateable man in this universe by virtue of being the only non-racist alive on the planet.
Well, honestly,
Oh, no.
I think that "Oh, I love you" despite your biological parts is still kind of racist in its
Yeah.
own way.
Oh,
I
it
mean,
definitely
it
is.
It definitely is. It's just it doesn't come up that way as much as it just being this weird fantasy of like this weird fetishy white knight fantasy being like the thing that comes up most often.
Yeah. God. And now I'm unfortunately just remembering something I saw on Twitter of a mutual talking about how she saw like this one YouTuber who, uh, is a like pickup artist, but is also like, oh yeah, trans women are women, and deserve you're not gay for being attracted to trans women, something like that. But then like, oh, immediately I'm gonna talk about how to like that girls go out with you, and it's like, wow. And seeing that reminds me, progress isn't linear, and it can take a whole bunch of weird forms due to that. Because oh boy, that sure is something. Of
Yeah.
Just, oh yeah, trans women are women, and
What's
also
that?
get that women to go
What's
out
that?
with you.
What's that like article? Diversity win. Your school bully is non-binary.
What? Oh, of course.
God,
Yeah.
your school bully is not transphobic, but it's still xenophobic though.
Your school
Diversity.
bully respects your pronouns,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which
God.
solemn comfort. But hey, it's a thing. Like, just because people are weirdly progressive in one way doesn't mean that they're not bizarrely shitty in other ways.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
why Shinigami Eyes, despite being like good at glance, you go, oh, okay, this person is awful, doesn't like tell you about any of the other like it might be someone who does indeed use the right pronouns for people that they're being racist towards.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. That's
These
why I
little orb
mostly
guys.
love the little orb guys. Oh, I was gonna say I love the little orb guys in video games, but then I remember the baubles or the bubbles, whatever, that like curse you in Legend of Zelda, and then you can't attack with your sword. That's the
Yeah.
worst. I hate them.
There's
So
also
I
those
don't-
stupid orb roly-polies in Monster Hunter 4.
No, those are great because I think once one of them got like the finishing kill on a monster I was hunting.
Oh, really?
Just by, yeah, it's like I was so close to get it, or like maybe I watched a video of it. God, it's been so long since I played like 4 Ultimate. That it's hard to remember. I remember something like that happening. Of
Because
just being like,
I remember that being so frustrating early on when you did not have the sharpness to whack them when they were coiled up. So you just had to let them be until they inevitably interrupt your combo.
oh, I mean, if you hit them while they're rolled up, even if your sharpness isn't that great, you still knock them about. So, but yeah, no, they suck. And,
I
well,
do
then
think
again,
they're
I'm also a
cute
bow
little
user.
bug guys, but I wish
They
they would
are.
leave me alone.
Yeah. Thankfully, I was a bow user most of the time, so I just shoot them. And shooting doesn't care about sharpness.
Yeah, that makes it easier, certainly.
That said, being a bow user is weird when you're going against like normal enemies, just because you're not really suited for fighting normal little monsters. It's like you literally work best against like the main monster you're hunting.
The
Since like
newer games are kind of good about that, honestly.
I haven't played any of the newer games, but that's pretty good to hear. That's a. I know it got changed a lot. Like when I thought of the bow in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, it's like, oh, you're trying to charge up your shots to like their max level, aim them carefully, take fire, get into a groove, and yeah, it's like weird, but like a precision instrument. I know you can just kind of rapid fire, and it switches between your charge levels. It's just like, oh, that sounds really convenient, and the fact that all bows can like switch between doing a spread shot, a pierce shot, or
Well, that is not how it works right now. Right now,
oh,
you have a different shot. You have like when you pick a bow, that bow has a shot type for each charge level. And sometimes it's just like, this is a spread shot bow. It's gonna do spread on all levels. Sometimes it's like, this is gonna do a single shot for charge 1, a spread shot for charge 2, a like rapid shot for charge 3, and then a spread shot again for charge 4.
Are you sure you're not thinking of bow guns?
No. This is what it does for bows and Rise.
oh, so did it go back to? Because I know in World it seemed like a lot faster paced because you can just keep firing.
Oh
and
no,
it's like
you
your
can.
basic shot.
You can. You usually pick like a bow that has a charge at the max level that you want, like a shot type. Because you
Oh,
can
okay.
usually, it has a thing now where if you have a max level shot, you can do a max level extra shot by doing the other shot button, and then if you do an evade, it'll add a charge level to your current. If you do an evade and then immediately go into the charge stance, it'll add a charge level to whatever you had before. So like you
Oh,
can combo your like charges into each other. It's a bit more complicated than that, but I don't play bow, so.
it's more complicated than that? That sounds more complicated than like Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and
Well, all the
you know,
weapons have
older
gotten
games.
more complicated since Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate.
True, but like, weird.
I mean, at a certain point, it's hard to just linearly add extra moves or whatever to certain weapons. They just have to fuck with it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds as cool though.
Yeah, bow is really good right now. Not as absurdly good as it was in World, but still really good.
Yeah, cause I know World of just like, oh, you can, like, from what I gathered, like, oh yeah, that was the one where you can just kind of switch between your shots, the main being rapid, and then you have like a pierce option and a spread. I'm like, oh, that's tight, but weird because it's like, then again, like my main thing I wanted out of the Monster Hunter bows was like, I'd love to be able to just get one and then you get to like go to the armor or whatever and like, hey, can you like pay them to like modify the bow for the different shot types, because sometimes I don't want like a spread bow but it's only spread on charge 2, like, like give me the one with charge 3 spread or whatever, or just make them all the same if I just want to like spam arrows everywhere and try to inflict status effects that way.
Yeah. I mean, I think the answer to that the game will give you is just like get a different bow usually.
Yeah, and then you're like,
Yeah,
well,
that seems like a skill issue.
I mean, that's not. God, I know you're
Well,
just saying of me, but still, it's like,
Oh yeah, you know what that sounds like? Sucks to suck.
God. That said, I do love the now I'm thinking about the bow guns and like the weirdness of the deviation for your shots. It's or some of them where like most of them will just aim, like if you point at something you'll hit it, but like others have a weird thing where it's like, oh, maybe they're more powerful than the average bow gun at that level, but their shots veer to the left or the right. Or sometimes it's
I
like
think
really
it's-
extreme. Well, it will do like a half circle, like a quarter circle when you fire the damn thing. Some people do learn how to like use that to their advantage and just like fucking wanted bend the bullet.
Yeah, I
was
do
about to
think
make that joke.
it's funny that it's not you like for some of them it is, but not usually just deviation as in oh they're less accurate. They sometimes veer in a random direction. No, this one specifically is a left leaner.
Yeah. God.
Summoning a bunch of guys, just obliterate them. Okay, I wasn't sure if we were just gonna do this as a 2-stream thing or just go until the end.
Yeah,
I mean, we're-
thought it was gonna be at least 2 streams.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Speedrun
you're real damn
strats.
close to the end. And also, I do love the fact that they're just like, hey, we're just gonna let you like rampage through
Well,
Ripley's ship with like the fully powered suit. Have fun.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
that's-
it's always cool.
it is
it's a
after
good.
the section where you have no stuff.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that's why I
It's
don't.
like you could have just done a straight up remake, but then they went, no, you're getting this extra section, and this is good.
Yeah. I think that's part of the reason why I don't mind Zero Suit section
I'd
that
have
much.
followed you into the save room.
Rude.
They just reset the save room so it'll save.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm a Lance player, and mostly they've just kept adding like
Man,
what you would call like I guess a recus to the lands, where if you're already doing another move, you can now like transition that into a different. If you're doing a counter, you can transition it to a different kind of counter, or like from the guard you can do a guard dash, and from the guard dash you can go into a charge, and it's all various incremental increases to the options, but the core options that you really have are still mainly poke, poke, poke.
And sidestep. Like the lance, oddly enough, with even though it has like the strongest, that and the gun lance having like the strongest shield in like the games traditionally. Like the lance is if you want to just be like really evasive and dance around monsters, you can honestly do that with the lance of just poke, poke, sidestep, poke, sidestep, poke, poke,
Yeah.
sidestep, and you just like,
Damn
and you're
it,
good.
And back then you still had to do the tech of like you don't have a forward hop, so you have to quickly turn around and back hop forwards towards the monster, and then like turn around again.
Man,
Yeah.
I could never get into Lance. That's the one weapon I can't get into.
No, what about the gun lance? I loved
like
the
the
gun
gun
lance, even
lance.
though it had problems. I mean, well, problems. I mean, in Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, when I try to go like, oh, here's 2 Progadillos, and I'm like, oh, I can't do this with the gun lance. It's like they punish me too much for like trying to sheath my weapon to like move out of the way of the explosions. It's
Yeah,
like,
weapon sheathing is the most dangerous thing to do with the lance.
Never put your weapons away.
Never.
the thing is, in Monster Hunter, you kind of do want to put them away sometimes because you can run
When
faster.
you're going around
if they're
town,
sheathed.
you're just swinging a sword around.
Yeah, the most amazing thing in Rise Lance get is you can replace your regular charge, like you know the one where you
Oh,
just
right.
sprint forward with the lance, with the with a charge where you sprint forward with your shield forward instead, and that is like a blocking charge, where it blocks attacks as you charge forward, and it's super good. It's limited range as opposed to the normal charge, which just goes forever though. But
Tight.
it's super tight because you can just sprint through a fireball towards a monster's face and then bash it in the head with your shield.
Hell yeah. God,
This is like one of the hardest
Monster Hunter is fun.
to get.
But also, yeah, this is annoying. Because do you have to change direction with the charge or something? Because I know once you get below this bottom thing,
oh
it's
god.
like, oh,
it's-
you have to make it through.
Yeah, it's a multi-level. It's a multi-layered thing. This is just
God.
the first part.
This is just a tutorial.
This is.
You got 60 more hours of gameplay to go.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
60 more
Oh.
hours of gameplay in this tunnel.
Fuck.
Yeah?
Almost had it.
Damn.
Okay, let me just
No,
show you.
Some context.
Oh wait, can we just have gone through or
Yeah.
no? No.
Yeah, you have to not hit those. Or these.
Oh, that's rude.
And the thing
That's
is,
so rude.
you can't just dash from here. You have to fall slightly and then dash.
Horrid.
Yeah. So
what was
for
I-
context, we took over 60 hours for the last game we were streaming Shin Megami Tensei 4.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Gosh.
Ah, the Robo
Mecha
Ripley.
Ridley.
Yep.
Ripley. Why'd I call him Ripley? I don't know.
And
Oh,
place
because think
them.
about Ripley from Elliot. Yeah.
I do like this design.
Yeah.
Is Ridley named after Ridley Scott?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Alien was big in Japan.
Big in Japan. Why? Big in Japan. We're big in Japan.
And this series like super copies a lot of Alien stuff. Alien.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
inspired by it. Yeah.
Ripley was a girl?
God,
What?
you know.
Yeah.
Oh no! What my favorite thing
Ripley,
about
absolutely, girl.
the oh yeah, I was thinking the Alien, right? Movie was the fact that when they casted everyone, it was like unisex roles
Yeah.
because they're just like, oh, it's far
It's
in the
the
future.
future.
They don't
Nobody
have to deal with
cares.
it. Like no one cares, and like that's great.
Yeah.
It's
So,
been
yeah.
10 years since the CEO of misogyny was killed.
Good for them.
Oh. Man. It's like, do I make just boss battle the CEO of misogyny? Do we make that whole thing a title? Ah.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
it just either one works.
I just love this janky robot of one of the other bosses.
Yeah. Oh, is this like supposed to be cybernetic version of Ridley, or
Yes.
is it just a
Yeah.
replacement?
Listen, Ridley just keeps coming back. He is in every game.
Who is...
Yeah,
Yeah.
and really, I mean, is this just the,
Almost every
like, even more vain version of building a statue of yourself? Like, you
Yeah.
just build a glorified
He already
Roomba,
does
but it
that.
looks like you?
Yeah. God. Hell
That
yeah.
few hits.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, super missile.
Huh. I remember it being more, but okay.
Same.
Self-destruct activated. Like, this happens so much in Metroid. It's practically a running gag.
Yeah. No, I'm still thinking about Other M, the fact that like, oh no, she's traumatized by Ridley, when it's like she has killed him by this point Fusion is canon. And she's killed
She's
killed
killed
him,
at
like,
least
6
4
times,
different
right?
Ridleys.
Four or 6
Possibly the
different
same
Ridleys.
Ridley. Like, depends really, but like...
Sci-fi
There's...
humans aren't always building humanoid robots. Why can't Ridley build a space dragonoid robot?
I mean,
No, you
that
got a
does
point,
check out.
Spike
It
180.
might not
Valid.
be him, it might just be, yeah, I'm building a robot friend. It's like... You
He's
know?
valid.
I mean, then again,
It's just
he is
lonely.
a big space pirate, or space pirate captain. I bet it is him. Oh, right?
Awfully, sorry, I find myself awfully tempted to go to the "Is it wrong to nag monster girls in a dungeon" thing in the made-up light novel names channel and just type yes below.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Because God. Wait,
Sure,
I
God
need to
wants
make
to
a new
be with
boss
us.
battle of pickup artists. Because God.
Pickup artist in air quotes. Pickup engineer.
Oh, we've hit the limit of pinned messages.
Oh,
wow.
there's a limit.
Yeah, there is a limit. 50. So the option is either start unpinning things, and I just go, no, I don't like these choices.
You could make
Or
one of those pin posts
Starboard. Yeah.
where you like post all the message links to the previous pins and then pin a message to that post and then you do the new pins.
I don't know. That is.
There's also the other option. Just make up another channel made up light novel names.
Made up light novel names 2, the sequel. Made up light novel names Alicization.
And the final boss.
No. I don't think that's. What other sequel series would be funny?
I mean, the name for the
Electric
Conception
Boogaloo.
2 might work.
Ah,
That's subtitle.
fuck.
Oh.
No, I'm not
I
doing
almost-
that.
What the problem is most isekai don't get sequels because none of them are fucking finished.
Or good.
Yeah.
No, it would be good if they were cancelled. They're all running forever.
It's like
Yeah.
Naruto.
It is like Naruto.
Pick up engineer. Don't mind if I do.
Fucking made up light novel names Shippuden,
God.
No, that could work.
Boru made up light novel names too.
God.
Uh,
Listen, I'm only gonna keep coming up with worse ideas if you give me more time.
So do it.
we will give you as much time as we can.
Damn it!
Dawn of
Made
the
up-
Reckoning
So what
of
I'm
the
gonna
made up
do
light novel
is-
titles.
Actually create a new category which is called archive.
Ah.
And what I'm gonna do is nobody can post in the archive channels, but they're still there, so you can
Right, yeah.
edit
Made
channel.
up light novel titles Revenge Erection.
Revenge.
Everyone can view. Nobody can. Where's nobody can post? Yeah. Not anybody can do that. There we go.
God. Now I'm just thinking about the time traveling turkey guy from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Thousands of years ago in the Earth's past future.
Oh, it's like when in Gao Gaigar, a guy went to Jupiter and then crashed back down to Earth in the past and became the meteor that killed the dinosaurs.
God forbid we didn't do anything.
Sorry, that got me.
Also, if you have 100%, this boss is apparently harder. Say apparently because it's still kind of an easy bitch. Just kind of annoying. More than
Yeah,
anything.
this is a weird boss fight. I wish they'd done something different with it, but at the same
Boss
time,
seems to have a lot of health.
yeah.
Not that much though.
Oh, yeah, it's just annoying to hit the weak point. That's the only place you can hit for damage. And then you have to
It's been
evacuate.
10 years since the CEO of misogyny died. Yeah, so
10
Shippuden
years
is-
post misogyny. PM.
James, you owe me a soda.
So, yeah, so on like a server that I'm in with friends, like one of the voice chats gets renamed a lot, but it's currently like it's been on one name for the last couple of months because it like I've got really bad insomnia a lot of the time, and like people joked about it being 3000 p.m. where I was. And so we just got like this channel called 3000 p.m., which is just our like basic voice chat.
Post
channel.
misogyny.
I have built the robot's weak
Misog-
point. Out of the same material as the rest of the robot, I'm a better engineer than Ridley.
Oh no, I've just engineered the worst light novel in my head on complete
Yes.
accident.
Yes.
Pickup artists gets transported 3,000 years in the future to where there's no more misogyny.
Oh no.
Yes.
I was sent 3,000 years into the future, and there's no more misogyny, meaning no one can defeat my skill of pickup artistry, or something like that.
Oh,
That's these
yeah.
robot guys. God, this is the wrecked ship, isn't it?
Oh,
Yes, well,
I am.
no, it's not wrecked.
It's not wrecked yet, but it's gonna be. Fantoon's gonna hold up here. Because it's like, it's got those little robot guys. It's got the, like, spear things that fly around.
Wasn't
Yeah.
the wrecked ship
Got a
supposed
lot
to
of
be
dead
Space
people.
Station Celeste?
Yeah, probably.
Or Cecilia, I think. Cecilia.
Listen, try and find a way to, like, to make the pickup artist in another world, or in the far future. Well, there's no misogyny in this world. My cheat skill is pickup artistry. And it's
I
like,
know I
no
came up
good.
with this myself, but I'm good at dealing critical damage to myself.
Alright, time for the spaceship flying segment. Isopods, go!
I love isopods.
Same.
Yeah, I love that space pirate just being just complete dunce.
Tequila
Yeah.
Zaku, fan of everything that's armor plated.
Yeah.
Nice. Psych 180, canonically, I believe that this is not the wrecked ship from Super, despite having the robots and the Electro Ball guys and being in about the right spot on the map. I might be
Yeah,
wrong though. No,
just
I
crashed
can believe you.
Spaceship
This
on
is
top
one
of
of those
another.
stupid lore
edge.
bits that people would love to recite, so I'm sure it's correct.
Yeah.
Dash credits.
Director.
I know. Okay, wait, not this game.
Okay, so we finished this earlier
Yokohama
than
Hiroji.
planned.
Yeah, I honestly thought this would be at least 2.
James, do you know what we're gonna be streaming next Saturday?
No.
Okay, so
Fair.
I can
I
say...
might just like start the Halloween idea early since
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, I'm playing on Halloweeny like games. That
Resident Evil.
You're doing
yeah,
Resident
okay.
Evil.
Resident
Evo, Super
Evil.
Mario Club.
Honestly,
Super
like,
Mario.exe.
I am a god here.
Site 180 says, do AM2R. I guess, maybe, we might do it.
Maybe.
Randy Shooter. Rich Richardson.
Oh yeah, are they? Is this all like their actual names or no? I'm thinking about the earlier, like the earliest like Metroid that some people were just using like, you know, not online names, no, like
Using their
nicknames or whatever.
hacker handles.
Oh yeah, the handles.
Yeah, it's because back
Oh.
in the day, it was this whole thing about talent being stolen, and they didn't
Yeah.
like that, so they told people not to use their real names, and it kind of sucks, honestly.
Yeah. No,
2 bird dads.
2 bird dads.
Snaking
Aw.
Otacon.
My,
Speaking
it
of
really is the Audicon bird dad and the
Birds.
and the big boss bird dad.
Moved to planet Zebus and raised a girl. Yeah.
One
Yeah.
big boss couldn't, one bird dad couldn't escape the warrior lifestyle.
Really? That's my clear time.
Yep.
Wow, 2 minutes 44 seconds. It felt a lot longer than
Or
that.
you needed to
Yeah.
collect 5% more items.
64.
But
Nintendo
64 is also a fun number.
I got fast enough for at least to take off the helmet. I didn't
Yeah.
think I was going to get a good time, but you know.
The helmet stays on.
God,
The helmet stays on.
well, we're done, I guess. That was unplanned, but yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we did it.
Victory!
We beat the Metroid.
A winner is you.
Yep.
A winner is you. And now Metroids will never be a problem for anyone ever again.
Winners
Well-
forever.
Well, we go to SR388 to like solve the Metroid problem.
True,
Oh dear.
eventually.
And then first Metroid Prime happens. Prime 1 at least.
We enter the cycle of solving problems but creating more work for ourselves.
Yep. Well, later.